tonight's City Council meeting. I'd like to call to order the City of Highland Park, Illinois City Council meeting, virtual meeting and City Hall optional, June 22nd, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilman Stolberg.
Here.
Councilman Stone.
Here.
Councilman Kaufman.
Here.
Councilman Bloomberg.
Here.
Councilman Noble.
Here.
Councilman Hallman.
Here.
Mayor Rodering.
Here, we have a quorum. Everyone please join us with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the special City Council meeting held June 8th, 2020?
So moved. Second.
Now, Corporation Council, even this needs to be by a voice vote for each person, or yes, okay, so every
Welcome
vote
to the new
we take
legislation.
under the new legislation requires that our clerk call your name and you state your vote. So will the clerk please call the vote on the approval of the minutes?
Councilman Stolberg.
Aye.
Councilman Stone.
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman.
Aye.
Councilman Bloomberg.
Aye.
Councilman Noble.
Aye.
Councilman Hallman.
Aye.
Mayor Rodering.
Aye, 7 ayes and no nays, and the minutes from our last meeting are approved. I am seeking a motion to approve the warrant list.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the warrant list? Hearing none, will the clerk please call that vote?
Councilman Stolberg.
Aye.
Councilman Stone.
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman.
Aye.
Councilman Bloomberg.
Aye.
Councilman Noble.
Aye.
Councilman Hallman.
Aye.
Mayor Rodering.
Aye, 7 ayes and no nays, and the warrant list is approved. We'll continue on to the report of the mayor. This evening, I have no appointments. I have no proclamations. I do have a couple of pieces of other business I'd like to share. Last week, I was proud to honor an issue a proclamation recognizing June 19th, 2020 as Juneteenth National Freedom Day in Highland Park. Juneteenth commemorates the date in 1865 when, at the close of the Civil War, the brutal practice of slavery was finally ended in our country. Over time, the meaning of Juneteenth has grown to incorporate the celebration of African American history, culture, and achievements. Juneteenth offers us the opportunity to reflect on America's history of slavery and to grapple with contemporary consequences of systemic racism. Taking time to understand how racism continues to impact communities of color and Black Americans in particular is essential. It's also important to remember that meaningful action begins at home. I've been inspired by the work of local activists to bring this national conversation about justice and equality to Highland Park through peaceful protest and through dialogue. The celebration of our diversity and our commitment to fostering inclusion are core values in Highland Park. As a city, we've actively engaged with both of these issues for years, and we know that there is always more work to be done. To that end, along with Councilman Noble, City Manager Newkirk, and Chief Jogman, and representatives from other governments serving Highland Park, such as the school district and the park district, I was able to meet with some of the passionate activists who have been so engaged in sparking dialogue and seeking progress. We are collaboratively planning a virtual town hall, advancing our inclusive community, which will bring these important discussions to a broader audience, and I look forward to our community participating. June also marks Immigrant Heritage Month, an annual celebration of the many accomplishments and contributions of immigrants and their children. Immigrant families play vital roles in our nation's history, culture, and economy. This month, I'd like to recognize all immigrant families who came to this country in search of the American dream. As a city and as a nation, we are all richer for the great diversity of cultures and languages that immigrants have brought to America. I'd also like to recognize all of those who are advocating for immigrant families, particularly in providing equitable access to healthcare, as immigrants and communities of color have borne the brunt of the impact of COVID-19. That is it for the report of the mayor. Moving on with our agenda, the next item is business from the public. This is for citizens wishing to be heard regarding items not listed on tonight's agenda. City Manager Newkirk, do we have business from the public?
We do, Mayor. There are 3 items. One is from Judy Miller, Chair of the Leadership Team of the League of Women Voters of Highland Park and Highwood. This pertains to the resolution on the agenda amending a supplemental rule concerning public comments during virtual meetings of the City Council and other city boards, commissions, and committees. Ms. Miller writes, "We are pleased that the council is considering live oral comment at City Council and other public meetings. However, we are concerned that by leaving it up to the presiding officer, the proposed amendment will not ensure that members of the public are consistently permitted to speak contemporaneously at regular council and commission meetings. Highland Park is fortunate to have engaged and knowledgeable residents who have historically helped the city craft sound public policy. These policy decisions frequently evolve during public discussions. Virtual meeting tools make it possible to continue the city's tradition of welcoming public input during public meetings, not just public hearings, even during COVID. We would also like to note that the proposed amendment does not address what we believe is another key public participation issue, the city's policy on distributing longer written public comments, more than 200 words, that are submitted after meeting packets are posted but before meetings. We urge the city to clearly articulate the policy that staff shall email public comments to all members of the council, boards, committees, and commissions as promptly as possible upon receipt to ensure that members of such public bodies have as much time as possible to consider public input."
And so I think it's important in response to what Judy Miller has written, that our practice has been for the presiding officer of the commission or of this council, in that case, me, to be the one who calls on folks to speak during the meeting. So that would not be a change from our practices for as long as I've been involved with city government. Corporation Council, did you want to state anything in addition?
I just want to make sure that it's clearly, and what you said, Mayor, is absolutely right. I want to make sure that everyone understands the difference between a public meeting and a public hearing.
Right.
We are now at a city council meeting, which is a public meeting. Portions of it may become public hearings based on applicable law, but unless and until they do, a public meeting is merely the opportunity for the public to observe the meeting. The chair has in this case, the mayor, has the ability, but not the obligation, to call upon anybody at any time during the meeting. There is one exception, the requirement that the city of Highland Park had long before the state of Illinois required a public comment time period at every public body meeting. And during that public comment time period, the public has the opportunity to speak to the city council, not have a conversation with the city council, but speak to and let their views be heard by the city council. The city council can then determine what, if anything, it wants to do with that information, or refer it to its professional staff, or take action on its own. But the fact that you are now allowing or may allow comment during agenda items, it has been a practice of yours, but certainly not an obligation, Mayor. And that's during a public meeting. I want to make sure you understand that it's not an obligation. It is simply something that you would be allowing.
And Mayor, I'll just add, if I may, it has been certainly our practice as staff. So if individuals email either the city council or any commission, committee, or board in advance of a meeting or even after the meeting, any length of document that they wish to share with that elected or appointed body, we as staff do forward it accordingly. And so they do have that. And those types of communication are not limited to any word count. It's just those items that are read or stated on public record.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And then is there any additional public comment?
Yes, 2 more. The second is an email from Michael Laxner, Highland Park. So he writes, "Good evening. My name is Michael Laxner. I would like to mention 2 items I wish the members of the City Council will take under consideration for future action. The first item is to ask the City Council members to consider a way for the current Zoom video conferencing to continue in some format so the public would be able to speak remotely during future in-person City Hall Council meetings during the public comments section from home through Zoom. This additional layer would allow for a broader participation level for the general public. If council members can call in, I think that the public should have the same opportunity. I would also like to bring to the council's attention that Park Ridge is currently updating their comprehensive master plan. Their plan dates back to 1996, while the Highland Park master plan goes back to 1997. In consideration of the economic downturn and most likely a temporary lull in building construction for the near future, now would be an opportune time to update our master plan. I know staff has other items in the code it wishes to address, but none of them reach the level of urgency as our over 20-year-old master plan. Park Ridge has also utilized online surveys to streamline the process and seek feedback on draft proposals. I would hope each city council member takes the time to visit the Park Ridge website and he provided the link. Thanks for listening, Michael Laxner, Highland Park, Illinois. And I did share this email with the city council earlier this afternoon.
Right. And so we've basically responded to his first question.
Mhm.
And in terms of the second, we have talked about a desire to have a holistic review of our master plans. We have several throughout different neighborhoods and regions of the city. I'm not sure where that is in our current budget conversation. So to that end, it is certainly on our radar, and it's something that we, I think at some point in the future, do want to do, recognizing the value that it presents, but also recognizing, as we'll be discussing later on, the fiscal constraints that we're experiencing under the pandemic.
Right. And we do have on our work plan for this year 3 corridor studies. And so in light of the costs of a comprehensive master plan for a community, we have been undertaking corridor plans, which are comprehensive and target a specific area. So the 3 that are on our work plan this year were set forth by the city council at our planning workshop early last year.
Right. And I think it's important to note that a critical component of reviewing and revising a master plan includes charrettes. And given our challenges with social distancing right now, I think it would be maybe not as productive as it would be in a year when potentially people can get together and we can pull neighborhoods and get a better sense of what their priorities are for their areas.
And then the third email is from Walter Hainsfurther. This pertains to agenda item 10, preliminary development plan for a planned development and preliminary inclusionary housing plan. He writes, Mayor and council members, I'm writing today to offer an opinion of the inclusionary housing plan aspects related to the Albion redevelopment of the Saks property. My views are consistent with those expressed at the public hearings before the Plan and Design Commission. As was noted by the staff in a recent communication, Highland Park can and should do better at creating a diverse community. Certainly, our inclusionary housing program, which was once the quote gold standard, is an important tool in reaching this goal. Over the years, the program has changed, some for the good, others perhaps not as much. I am particularly concerned about the fee in lieu aspects of the ordinance. Specifically, the current fee is, I believe, $150,000 for each unit that cannot be provided. Each unit in a similar building costs approximately $300,000 to construct, meaning that a developer who qualifies for fee in lieu nets a profit of $150,000 per unit. This, I believe, provides an incentive for making minimal effort to meet the inclusionary housing requirements, as we can see with both the developments underway by Albion. Certainly, charging a developer the full cost of the unit would allow, if fee in lieu was applied, with the opportunity to provide more affordable housing in other parts of the community. I am also concerned with keeping the fee in lieu money in Highland Park. Historically, SEPA has been the primary provider of affordable units in Highland Park. They have been so successful at managing this process, they have extended their reach to other communities in the area, including Evanston and Lake Forest. Is there a stipulation that funds generated through Highland Park's affordable housing plan stays within the community? I ask this strictly because I do not know the answer. These are issues that can be solved relatively easily. I hope that as you consider this development, that you ask the developer and future developers to pay the cost of building a unit as the basis for the fee in lieu and stipulate that the funds go towards providing additional units of affordable housing in Highland Park. Sincerely, Walter Hainsfurther.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll certainly take his comments under advisement when we get to that item in our agenda. In terms of incorporating any other voices throughout this meeting, do we have a way for people to raise their hands? How do we propose moving forward with an eye always towards allowing people participation, but still within the structure of what needs to be in order to get our business done as a city?
Yeah, I would ask that if there are any residents that they use the raise hand feature, and then we can call on them, and then I can unmute them. The other
Okay.
option is to unmute everybody, but then sometimes you get background noise.
Right. Okay, so if, because I noticed there are 22 people on this call who are participating as the public, and so if they have something that they want to say, if they could use the raise hand feature at the bottom of their screen, we will do our best to incorporate their comments in the conversation. That being said, we will move on to scheduled business. Items 1 through 8 have been grouped together for omnibus consideration. I'm seeking a motion to approve items 1 through 8. Councilwoman Stone.
Can I just pull numbers 2 and 7, please?
Pulling items 2 and 7. So I'm seeking a motion to approve items 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8.
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions on items 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 8? Okay, is there anybody raising their hand from the public, Gita?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilman Stolberg,
Aye.
Councilwoman Stone,
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman,
Aye.
Councilman Bloomberg,
Aye.
Councilman Noble,
Aye.
Councilman Hellman,
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes and no nays. Items 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 have been approved. Item 2 is a resolution amending a supplemental rule concerning public comments during virtual meetings of the City Council and other city boards, commissions, and committees. Councilwoman Stone.
So this is what we were talking about already with some of the public comment, but I just wanted to thank the League of Women Voters for their input about this process. We're just learning how to navigate these virtual meetings, and we shouldn't be limiting access, especially during this time. So I just wanted to clarify that under this revision, the public comment would basically be the same as an in-person meeting. It's not any restriction from what we would do in person. We're calling on people, but we're doing it virtually,
Right,
essentially.
right. Okay,
Okay.
Councilman Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to follow up on Councilman Stone's comments, and I too appreciate the league's participation and concerns. And I think it's critical that we have at least as much public participation at these virtual meetings as we do in person, especially since, as we all know, local issues are really important to our residents, and especially during these times with all the challenges that we're facing across the country and locally as well. I think it's really important, and I do really thank the league for their expression of concern and their input to this process, and also to the council for being flexible and trying to make this as public participation process as possible and have us be as accessible as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to highlight, I mean, we as a council have made accessibility and communication a very strong priority of ours. There was absolutely no intention of diminishing public involvement in these meetings. Rather, it was simply a matter of getting our feet under us during these odd virtual times. And so I want that to also be a very clear point. And I appreciate what you're both saying. And again, we do appreciate the leagues speaking out. But I think it's important to note that from the get-go, we are making access to the public as much as we possibly can. And want to thank everybody for their interest and participation in our meetings. Councilman Bloomberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll pick up on that and point out that the particular written statements that are limited to 200 words are only for people who are not comfortable at this point being on a live Zoom conference. So what we've actually done is expanded the accessibility while we're using this technology. We now have live comment available. For those who are uncomfortable with that, you can write a 200-word statement to be read into the record, which is approximately 3 minutes, which is the limitation we've always had. But there is no limitation on written comments to the city council at any time by email, by text, by telephone call before or after the meeting. That has always been available and it continues to be available. So if anything, we've really expanded and acknowledged the sometimes difficult aspect of the technology that may present for some people. So during the public comment portion, you can either comment live as always, or you can write a 200-word statement to be read into the record. So I want to make it very clear that what the league has suggested, which is great, we're doing and actually exceeding.
And people can also write longer statements. They just won't be read into the record because they
Right.
are too long for the time limit. Councilman Stolberg, did you have your hand up as well?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I just want to echo my colleagues and, certainly thank the league for trying to always make the process better and to reiterate to the public that, that we hear these comments, whether they're in a meeting or whether people call us outside of a meeting or if they email us, that we get and actually read before meetings. And some of our best work is done when we take into account some of the comments from the public that maybe we didn't consider or see that angle from. So it is very important. And like, City Manager Newkirk said, by no means are we trying to circumvent the system through this new electronic process. If anything, we're learning and we're trying to err on the side of caution to make sure that people don't feel that because we're meeting in the council chambers and in person, that by any stretch of the means that we're trying to shut out anybody or not give them an opportunity to speak. So I just wanted to agree with my colleagues and tell you thank you to the league and that all the comments are always very important.
Great, thank you. And I want to reiterate a couple of important points since we're on the topic of communicating and hearing from the public, and that is texting is not something that we engage in. We need to hear from people via email. And we also are challenged by people trying to send messages through social media. It's just the most effective and efficient and impactful if you email the city council at cityhpil.com. Literally, that is our email address, council@cityhpil.com. But everything else is going to be up for grabs because we may not see what's being posted. We may not see what's being texted. And to have the most impact, email us and we can always forward that to the appropriate staff. Make sure that you're getting your questions answered and your comments heard. So, okay. With that being said, Councilwoman Stone, anybody else want to make a motion on item 2?
I'd be happy to move to approve it.
Second.
Okay, will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilman Stolberg,
Aye.
Councilwoman Stone,
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman,
Aye.
Councilman Bloomberg,
Aye.
Councilman Noble,
Aye.
Councilman Holloman.
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes, no nays. Item 2 is approved. Item 7, an ordinance approving an amendment to a special use permit in the nature of a conditional use for operation of a fueling station at the Public Works Garage and office facility at 1150 Half Day Road. Councilwoman Stone, you pulled this.
I did. I pulled this because contained in the documents is a planting plan, which specifies that an herbicide will be applied prior to mulch being installed. And I understand this is the special use permit, not the contract to actually do the work. But the city does have a policy not to use pesticides, especially in that way. So I just wanted to ask that we approve it, but that we amend the approval just to prohibit the use of the herbicide, notwithstanding what is specifically mentioned in that planting plan.
And that would be consistent with our policy too.
Okay. And it is herbicide, not pesticide. Okay, so do you have further questions or do you want to make a
No,
motion
I just wanted to make a motion, but to make a motion
to
amend.
highlight that?
Am I wording this right, Steve? I want to just approve it, but amend it to prohibit the use of the herbicide, notwithstanding what the notation is on the planting plan.
Right. You're, may I suggest moving to approve it and confirming that, and then go on with the rest of your sentence, because that is the case, notwithstanding the notation.
Okay. Ashley, can you piece that together?
Yes, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So is that a motion?
Sure.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second,
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, will the clerk call the vote, please?
Councilman Stolberg,
Aye.
Councilwoman Stone,
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman,
Aye.
Councilman Bloomberg,
aye.
Councilman Noble,
Aye.
Councilman Holloman,
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes and no nays. Item 7 is approved. As we continue on to other business, I'm going to ask that we move item 11 to the ahead of items 9 and 10, simply because it's a pretty straightforward question involving people. I'll just read it. It's a referral of a visual clearance variation to the Zoning Board of Appeals for final disposition related to 1139 Bobolink Road. And I don't know if we need to move those applicants into the participant panel, if anybody is here this evening. But out of courtesy and respect for their time, I decided to move that ahead of 9 and 10.
Mayor, would you like me to present that?
Councilman Holloman has her hand up.
I just wondered if anybody needed a presentation, because I'm happy to move to approve, or to move to do the compare refer.
I would
Does
second.
anybody need a presentation?
No.
No. Okay, so motion by Councilman Holloman, second by Councilwoman Stone. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilman Stolberg,
Aye.
Councilwoman Stone,
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman,
Aye.
Councilman Bloomberg,
Aye.
Councilman Noble,
Aye.
Councilman Holloman,
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes, no nays, and the request for the variation, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. The referral has been sent, will be sent to the Zoning Board of Appeals for final disposition. Okay, thank you. Thanks for allowing that change in the agenda. Continuing back to item 9, consideration of a motion to extend the emergency declaration for the City of Highland Park originally entered into on March 14th, 2020.
To the next council meeting, Mayor?
To the next council meeting, which is, I believe, June 22nd?
July 13th.
July 13th.
Today's
To
the 22nd. All right. July
adjournment-
13th. Thank
the
you.
adjournment of the July 13th.
To
meeting.
the adjournment of the July 13th, 2020 meeting. Thank you.
I would make such a motion.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the vote on item 9?
Councilman Stolberg,
Aye.
Councilwoman Stone,
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman,
Aye.
Councilman Bloomberg,
Aye.
Councilman Noble,
Aye.
Councilman Holloman,
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes and no nays. Item 9 is approved. Item 10, a resolution approving a preliminary development plan for a planned development and a preliminary inclusionary housing plan at 1849 Green Bay Road and 1910 2nd Street.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I will share my screen for a presentation if that's what you'd like.
Yep.
Okay. Hold on one second.
While Director Fontaine is doing that, I just do want to recognize the applicant's development team is on the call as well. So if at any time you'd like to hear from them, they can introduce themselves as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me just move my screen around here. I apologize. Madam Mayor, staff recommends adoption of the attached resolution granting preliminary approval of the Albion at Renaissance plan development at 1849 Green Bay Road. let me just move a couple of things out of my way here. It's a little bit juggling these screens. There we go. Okay. Just a quick summary and background for the project. Essentially, this is a request to amend the Renaissance Place 1998 Plan Unit Development Approval. The PUD from the redevelopment of the former it's essentially a PUD for the redevelopment of the former Saks property and air rights above the adjacent surface parking lot. The proposal is a 5-story, 63-foot tall multifamily building with 89 dwelling units above first floor commercial use along a portion of Green Bay Road. The project uses air rights above the city-owned surface parking lot. The public lot below will remain, but will lose approximately 7 parking spaces for the support columns used to support the building. Here's a rendering of it, quite a handsome building. A lot of work went into the design aspects of this building with the Plan and Design Commission. The applicant came to the Plan and Design Commission a while ago for pre-application, and then also came for a formal public hearing most recently, which spanned over 3 meetings. So in total, about 5 meetings working with the applicant to achieve this desirable outcome. The building has a number of key features, and the applicant's hearing could certainly explain if there's any detailed questions. But if you notice in these elevations, the applicant has included step backs in accordance with the zoning code's requirements for step backs of the upper floor. As a matter of fact, has included step backs in a lower floor as well to break up the mass of the building and give the appearance of a 3-story building in some areas of the building. In those areas of setback will be outdoor decks and outdoor type use areas or common areas. So it's quite an amenity to those that live there. And here's a nighttime rendering, which is really quite attractive. Site plan, just overall to give you a perspective of where we are. I think everyone knows where the former Saks building is. It's sitting there. It's been vacant since 2012. So he's been trying to seek someone to reutilize that, and this proposal actually does it. And what it does is it doesn't reutilize the building per se. It will knock down the building, but it reutilizes the site on which the building stands, as well as I mentioned before, the air rights above the surface parking lot on 2nd Street now. Across the way, across Green Bay, you see the 5-story residential building. That's the Albion 1, which is currently under construction and has received full permits at this point to build not only the foundation, which has been installed, but also the superstructure, which will be going up throughout the summer into the fall. Site plan zoomed in on just the development site in question, the Albion at Renaissance Place. As you can see here, there's an outdoor pedestrian connection that will run through from 2nd Street to Green Bay and will align up with and connect to, if you will, the pedestrian path that is the Albion 1 across the street, which then goes to the park, which is a wonderful accomplishment from an urban design point of view, something that the city has sought to have happen for a while. You could also see a 2nd floor amenity deck here where you see that green area. Again, this building is an amenity-rich building with a number of different features. Applicant can talk more about those, but there are also the 5th floor terrace and 4th floor terraces that will be available due to that setback or step back, I should say, from the street that is required. And in some cases, the applicant has put that step back on the 4th floor. Not just on the top floor as required. Below, if you just look below the building, you could see the 1st floor. Here's what this would be. You have the existing parking lot reconfigured. That's our surface parking lot there. You see here a loading dock, and you see the pedestrian connection, as well as in salmon color, about 7,200 square feet of commercial space. It's not required to be retail. It could be any type of commercial space allowed in the B5 district. Of course, there has to be a lobby with some amenity features for a building of this stature, and that is going to front out onto Elm. And then, of course, there's back of house. That's what BOH stands for. It's about 4,700 square feet. the trash and loading, there's the loading dock, et cetera, the mechanicals, mail package rooms, et cetera, for the building. So the inner workings, if you will. Pedestrian pathway is one of the key features of the exterior design, not so much of the building, but of the site. And it includes the path, as I had mentioned, and a marketplace area that would allow for some type of pop-up businesses or other type of activity, maybe around certain times of year, etc. This feature itself evolved quite a bit during the design review process and the public hearing process. It will be improved with artwork and lighting and landscaping and other features to create this special amenity for downtown and the connection through onto the other pedestrian pathway and pass down to the park. One of the features of this project is a request for some relief related to signage. And the sign in question is this blade sign, which are not otherwise allowed. And it needs to be part of a sign package, if you will. It is a metal projecting blade sign, and it's intended to be a kind of a marquee feature. It's proposed to be about 39 feet tall and about 30 inches wide, so a little less than 3 feet wide. And it will include a clock. It will be incorporated within the design, as you can see in the rendering. It needs relief from the sign code to allow this type of sign. And the code itself doesn't have a size or area limits for this type of sign. So it is intended to be, as part of this sign package, if you will, a case-by-case review on the proportionality of the sign with regard to the building in question and its impacts on the surrounding area. Air rights for development. So the city owns air rights above the public parking lot, as well as owning the surface parking lot. And those air rights above the parking lot are the subject of what the council is, through a MOU, considering to sell to the applicant. And those air rights would be everything above about 14 feet high up to 63 feet high to allow for the building over that parking lot. Now, the 14 feet is important because, as you saw in the previous slides, there are loading docks involved, not only for this development, but also for the Renaissance Place broader development that need to be accessed through this surface parking lot. And so that 14 feet high will enable trucks to go through without an issue. So it will be an open air lot, it will just have a top to it, meaning the residential building above, but it will be open air, but it is screened and such for aesthetic purposes. In terms of inclusionary housing, the applicants have presented to the Housing Commission at 2 of its meetings. They had a public meeting about the inclusionary housing plan and made some revisions to that plan to respond to the Housing Commission's requests. And the Housing Commission voted unanimously 7-0 to recommend approval of the affordable housing plan with 1 exception and 2 departures. There was a condition of approval that one bedroom affordable unit be relocated from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor in a location at least 1 doorway away from any other affordable unit. As part of the code, as the council knows, the distribution of affordable units needs to be throughout a building primarily. There's no fixed standard, but it's generally a judgment call on, are they sufficiently distributed? And so the Housing Commission thought it would be best to move 1 of those units as indicated in the condition from the 3rd to the 4th floor. The affordable units in the building there'll be 10 of them. Those are the units proposed on site. The 1 exception involves allowing a $600,000 cash payment in lieu for the 4.8 affordable units otherwise required. And then 2 departures are related to the distribution of affordable units by type and the affordability or AMI requirements. In terms of zoning relief requested, there are 3 main components: an Article 20 relief related to the sign code. We talked about that briefly. Article 22 related to landscaping relief for foundation landscaping required for all new construction along the Green Bay Road portion of the building. And Article 5, which has to do with the setback, which would allow a reduction from a 25-foot setback to a 5-foot setback. This project being adjacent to an RM2 zoning district across Green Bay is subject to this more stringent requirement. Where requirements conflict, the more stringent one applies, and thus this is why this element of relief is needed. In terms of public benefit, the applicant has proposed the pedestrian pathway extension from Carter through to 2nd Street, as we mentioned earlier. Public art along that pedestrian walkway, and streetscape amenities on Elm Place and Green Bay Road, and to enhance that streetscape in terms of vegetation and other amenities. They are also proposing green building design features, and they'll provide some more documentation at final plan submission for that as well. Moreover, the streetscape and other types of details related to the more specificity in the public art, the pedestrian pathway, the streetscape amenities will all be provided at final consideration stage. The Plan and Design Commission considered this, as I mentioned earlier, at 3 meetings, a continued public hearing that went for 3 meetings from May 5th, the 19th, and June 2nd. And the vote was 6-1 to recommend approval with conditions. Those conditions are in your packet. There are a number of them. They basically delineate the items that are needed to come back at for final review, and recommend approval of what we are discussing here tonight in terms of the general overall plan and relief sought. The discussion really, as I mentioned earlier, focused on design, because the building itself, the use is a by right use. It does require a PUD consideration for its height being 63 feet, but that is considered part of what the PUD process would have. And so the building itself and the use of the property as such was seen as something that was desired, something that the city had been planning for a long time and hoping for, quite frankly, given the length of time the Saks building has been vacant. And again, that was since 2012. To just conclude, staff recommends granting preliminary approval of the Albion at Renaissance Place development at 1849 Green Bay Road. And if there are any questions, I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We did receive one comment, but before I read the comment out loud, I'd like to know if the applicant has anything that they'd like to share.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. We have a presentation if the council wants to hear it, or we have our entire team available for questions. It's really whatever the council desires.
Okay. What would the council desire? Any questions? Do you want to hear the presentation? I know that we've been reviewing this for a significant period of time in terms of the other components. The housing piece has been approved by the Housing Commission, and this is just the beginning. This will be in phases, correct, Joel? This is not obviously the final. This is
correct. This is preliminary, and the applicant, our code allows for a 2-step process or a 2-phase process, and it is applicant's choice on that. And this applicant has chosen to go through the two-phase process, which is preliminary first, and then final.
Okay.
It's similar to what they did across the street there.
Okay. I don't see any hands up. I will go ahead and share a comment. Oh, Councilman Stolberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I did push the raise hand button, so I was following the rules. Two just comments, well, one comment and then one question for Director Fontaine. So Walter Hainsfurther's comment earlier, he had said that he felt, or he believed the fee in lieu is $150,000. It is $125,000, and when I wanted to make sure for the public that with the recent changes we've made, the reason for 5 units that they're not paying in 625,000, but rather than that 600,000 is because there are 4 full units at 125, and then the 0.8 times the 125, which represents the other 100,000. Correct, Joel?
That is correct, Councilman.
Right, and we
Because
changed
that-
the code to permit
the-
fractions.
That's correct.
Correct,
I mean,
and
that
that's what
was
I wanted to
changed to
clarify,
prevent
because
that.
the fractional ability to pay in lieu was not part of our allowed code when they did the Carger Center.
Right, thank you.
Correct?
Councilwoman Stone.
Okay, and then I just
Oh,
have one more
sorry,
question.
go ahead, go ahead.
Sorry. Joel, you had mentioned something about, not something, you had mentioned about the loss of 7 parking spots as part of the development. And it came up, and maybe I could let either the attorney for the applicant, if the mayor so chooses, or Andrew Yule. It came up at the PDC meeting last time that with the unknown amount of spaces being required in the garage below, that would the applicant actually need to take those 7 public parking spaces, or would they be comfortable taking 7 less underground for a net loss of 0 parking spaces to the public? And I thought we had, and correct me if I'm wrong to the applicant, but I thought that they had agreed that they would be willing to give up those 7 spaces so that it was a net 0 loss to our public parking. Thank you.
Councilman Stolberg, yeah, there was some conversation about that and thoughts along those lines. But the Planning Commission left that to the City Council to decide ultimately whether or not to make such requirement as that may be considered part of the purchase and sale, or the sale agreement for the air rights, or other things like that. But yes, you're correct. They did ask that question because they do have a surplus of parking in theory. Yes.
Great, thank you. Councilman Holloman, and then Bloomberg and Kaufman. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Stone first, and then Councilman Holloman, and then Bloomberg and Kaufman. Sorry, go ahead, Kim.
Thanks. I've got a number of questions. On the point that Councilman Stolberg just brought up, I was going to ask that question as well, because it sounds like they've got 16 extra parking spaces underground, and I think we should try and net a loss of 0 if we can. I don't think we want to lose another 7 parking spaces in this area. So if we can include that in the purchase and sale, or however you want to do that, I think we should keep those 7 spaces underground public. And another question was, it conflicted in the documents. It said that the development requires 142 spaces underground, and they have 158. And that the 16 surplus stalls would first be offered to the inclusionary tenants free of charge. And then if there's additional stalls, they'd be made available to market rate tenants. Don't the inclusionary housing units already have parking spaces allocated to them?
Yes, you have to allocate at least 1 parking space at no additional cost. And then by the code, you could allocate additional spaces in the same manner in which you do for the market rate units.
Okay, so they have spaces allocated. These would be on top of those spaces if they needed additional.
Yeah, the applicant had indicated they would give additional parking space to units if requested, at no additional cost.
Okay, that's great. And there's bike parking depicted on the plan. Is that for the public or just for residents?
It's in our public lot. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah.
That one would be general use. Yes. I mean, residents could use it, but also the public. It's our
Great.
understanding.
Okay, that's great. In terms of the sign, that blade sign, while it looks nice in the renderings, I'm concerned that we don't have very many. I think we have one other internally illuminated sign in the business district. We have some of these down by the highway, but not in town. And I'm not sure that that's in keeping with the character of the area. So I'm concerned about that sign. And the thing that did not come up, and perhaps this has already been approved by the Housing Commission, but the percentage of units in terms of the sizes of the units, they're going to put a lot more 1-bedroom units and then less of the larger units in the building, according to this plan. And I'm a bit concerned about that. I understand that the units are all going to contain the same finishes as the market rate units, but I thought that we required that the size of the units be proportional to the market rate unit sizes.
Yes, that is correct. The code does require that. That's one of the 2 departures that were requested and recommended by the Housing Commission.
And there's a great need for affordable rental housing in town. It's very difficult to find affordable rental housing. And these larger, the 2 and 3 bedroom units in particular, are difficult to find. So I would be certainly more comfortable if we could figure out a way to have more of those larger units and less of the 1 bedroom units. Perhaps this was discussed in more detail during the planning.
It was discussed at the Housing Commission. The Planning Commission didn't opine on this because it's within the Housing Commission's jurisdiction, and both Planning Commission and Housing Commission recommendations are before you for their respective areas. This is a departure under the code that the Housing Commission can consider and did. It turns out that you're looking at, in terms of number of units involved here, it's 1 unit more for the 1 bedrooms and about 1 unit less for 2 bedrooms. That's where it turns out. There is a deficiency in 3 bedrooms, but it's a 0.27 units. I can put a slide up for that if the council would like me to. Would you like me to share that?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Let me just see. I'm pulling from the packet itself right now. So that's where I'm getting this from. Does everyone see
Yep.
my screen? Oh, good. All right. So that table at the top there shows you what's proposed by the applicant in light blue. And then in green, the required distribution. So in red, that's the actual affordable unit distribution by bedroom or unit type, if you will. So 5 1 bedrooms, 4 2, and 1 3. The deficiency and or surplus is in the last column, proposed versus required. So you could see there that the 1 bedrooms, there's 1.2 more than are otherwise required, and 1 and 2 bedroom, there's about 1 or 0.94 fewer than would be required, and then a small fraction for the 3 bedrooms.
So what was the explanation for why they couldn't provide 1 more 2 bedroom?
I could defer to the applicant on more details on that. We provided in the packet what the commission's findings were. Would you like to hear from the applicant, or?
I would.
Can I comment on the commission's discussion as well?
Yes, I mean, essentially, you're looking at what it comes down to. I could say this, it comes down to how many units you're going to provide at different levels for need, right? And so in looking at the 3 bedrooms, the deficiency was small. It wasn't a large deficiency. And so it's it's technically true it's deficient, but to overcome that would require exceeding the requirement. To some extent,
I understand that, Joel.
It's difficult to get exactly right on with the distributions, depending on the number of units that you provide on site. They may not divide up evenly in the way that the market rate units are, because they're necessarily 2 different numbers, usually 2 different numbers. Rarely would they be the same number.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Holloman. And again, this already was approved by the Housing Commission. So I'm curious to know the insights that you'd like to share.
Yeah, I was just going to say that just to give some insight into the discussion in the Housing Commission, that it was a robust discussion that took place over a couple of different meetings. I think 3 all in total, and a preliminary and then a presentation, and then they came back. The Housing Commission did review all of these options, weighing 3 bedroom, the unit mix, as Joel illustrated. There were issues with fractional units. And so when we say there's a deficiency, it's a deficiency of not a whole unit. So the developer proposed putting in a whole unit, which left a deficiency, but it is not necessarily a huge negative. These were minor compromises. The developer worked very proactively to meet the Housing Commission's needs and moving units around. And I would characterize it as a very positive and collaborative dialogue. So I just wanted to give that insight as liaison to the Housing Commission. The fee in lieu is seen as a positive by the Housing Commission as we are looking at a lack of other revenue. This is one of the only proposals that we have in terms of actually having a building project on site. And as we all know, we have many priorities, and being able to have that additional revenue at this point is considered very positive by the commission. And finally, I wanted to say that some of the units they're building on that are affordable are actually larger in a square footage than the units that they will be marketing to the public. So they have done what we asked. They have come up with a strong plan. This is going to be a beautiful luxury building. And I think our tenants will enjoy all of the amenities and also being able to use the amenities across the street. And finally, to address Mr. Haynesfurther's concerns about the $300,000 per building cost and things like that, I think it's important to remember that the money that we bring in is leveraged by CPOP with grants and other revenue sources, so that we are not looking for a one-to-one conversion in terms of pay for one unit, get a unit. We are looking to leverage the money we bring in. And in many cases, we are able to leverage that money and build additional units for the money that we are taking in. So it is this plan, in my opinion, and the consensus of the Housing Commission is strong, and I hope we can come together to support it.
Thank you. And I appreciate your mentioning the financial piece, because unfortunately, as we know from looking at the budget in an ongoing sense, the Housing Trust Fund has not been sustainable given other sources of income. So this is an important source of revenue for that fund. Councilman Bloomberg and then Councilman Kaufman.
Thank you. I'm going to reserve my thoughts and concerns until after the proponent of the project has a chance to make their presentation and speak. I'd like to hear what they say. But one thing I did want to address, just as a somewhat technical matter, I had an opportunity to speak with Corporation Counsel a little earlier today about what it means for this to be a preliminary approval, because it isn't quite the nature of the preliminary approval that the council went through with Albion's earlier development. At that time, the preliminary approval came before the commission hearings were completed. So at this point, we do have the commission hearings completed, and I think that's a positive. It's preliminary in the sense that we don't have a final engineering plan. And I think that's a great idea for a developer of a development of this size to get an idea of whether the city council is likely to approve this finally before they go through the phenomenal expense of final engineering plans. So what is preliminary about this, as I understand it, is that it's before the developer puts together their final engineering plans. We may still change our mind theoretically. We aren't tied to this, but it's going to be an indication of what the council is likely to do before the developer has to go down that very, frankly, burdensome road of putting together final engineering plans. Am I generally correct about that? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor. I am generally supportive of the preliminary plan for this project, but I do have some concerns I want to express regarding the analysis, the conclusions related to affordable housing, and mainly to try and clarify for the future any misunderstandings, despite everyone's best efforts throughout this process. And the context, I think, for my comments is helpful, and that's been provided in part by our mayor's comments during the report of the mayor. Highland Park does have, we're fortunate to have a community that has as some of its core values, diversity and inclusiveness. And we know we have a proud historic commitment to diversity and inclusiveness. And Walter Haynes further mentioned those in his comments too. And that commitment to diversity and inclusiveness is part of the foundation of our affordable housing policy and programs. And our city is fortunately recognized as a leader in affordable housing. Now, affordable housing, I think we've seen in recent days, is particularly relevant given the current movement toward greater equality in society and a more just and equitable society. And so that's kind of the backdrop for my comments. My first concern is with the number of units provided off-site versus on-site in the fee and lieu. I just want to emphasize again, the intent and preference of the inclusionary housing code are to have units be on-site, and that if a developer chooses or wants not to have the units be on-site, then the developer must, and if the developer wants to have less than the number or fewer than the number of units on-site, the developer must demonstrate that the alternative will further affordable housing opportunities in the city to an equal or greater extent than compliance with the on-site units. I think we all agree on that. But that's the standard that must be analyzed and met. And so a rigorous analysis of that standard could include things such as evidence why all of the required inclusionary units could not be provided on site. Why is that so? Why is an applicant making that case? Weighing, for instance, how the affordable housing opportunities provided by building the affordable units on site compare with the affordable opportunities likely to be provided through a cash buyout, through a fee in lieu, such as rental versus ownership, income ranges, family sizes, and so on. And also analyzing whether the proposed cash payment actually is sufficient to provide at least comparable or greater affordable housing opportunities. That's the analysis that the alternative compliance standard calls for to comply with the letter and spirit of the ordinance. I also have some comments about the distribution of affordable units among the income tiers. One concern I have is that there's a reference in the packet to average affordability for the project as a whole. And I'm concerned that that might convey the misimpression that this is a standard for evaluating requests for departure from the requirements for distributing the affordable units among the three income tiers. The clear intent of the ordinance is in the language that provides that we are to prioritize allocation to the lower income tiers when the units don't distribute equally. And so the families in the lower income tier are the families with the greatest needs and the ones who are least likely to be able to benefit from the conventional housing market. And even though I know that it's been mentioned already tonight that the difference might be small, incremental, or marginal, whatever word you want to use, nevertheless, the impact is significant. The details of a policy or practice that might seem small in isolation can indeed have profound impact and consequences, particularly when they are perpetuated over time and allowed to accumulate. So we've established criteria. Joel referred to this, Director Fontaine referred to this. We established criteria for departures from the standards in the ordinance, namely now the mix of the bedrooms and the income tiers. And we established that criteria to protect the public interest of those the standards are designed to serve. But to ensure that protection, we need to require applicants to demonstrate how they meet the criteria for departure. So the ordinance does provide specific criteria for that, and there's a three-pronged standard in section 150.2180. Most relevant for our purposes is that the one of the prongs of that standard states, due to specific and unique circumstances, undue hardship would be caused by the literal enforcement of the standards and requirements set forth in this article. So the analysis of undue hardship should seriously probe the actual economic impact that literal enforcement would have on a project. Applicants should be required to demonstrate what the undue hardship is, why it is undue, and how it is created by the specific and unique circumstances. And whether a project has a lot of amenities, for instance, does not help those who are left out of that process. The key is to make sure the undue hardship standard is met. The same holds true with respect to the mix of affordable units. Getting back to Councilman Stone's concerns that she expressed, section 150.2150E1 of the ordinance reads, quote, the bedroom mix of affordable units shall be in equal proportion to the bedroom mix of the market rate units. So as literal compliance, as Director Fontaine noted, is not possible in this instance, as is stated in the findings of fact, then our goal, I maintain the goal would be, therefore, to come as close as possible to compliance in equal proportion. But to do so, the analysis should go through that same undue hardship analysis because we're departing from a standard in the ordinance and be able to show why that why there is an undue hardship. And part of that standard, to meet that standard, would be to show, probe an actual determination, make an actual determination, and evaluate the actual economic impact that literal enforcement would have on a project. Again, applicants should be required to demonstrate what the undue hardship is, why it is undue, and how it is created by the specific and unique circumstances. That is what is required to determine what the standard or whether the standard of a departure has been met. Incremental differences can have a significant impact. And I hope that everyone takes these comments in the vein in which they're meant to provide guidance for the future so that we can fulfill the goals of our affordable housing program, our inclusionary zoning ordinance, while also continuing to facilitate development so we can gain much needed affordable housing units. Fulfilling the goals of our ordinance, our inclusionary zoning ordinance, providing affordable housing are, as I said at the beginning, even more critical today, given the current economic and social conditions in our country and the movement to try to attain a more just and equitable society. Thank you all.
Thanks for your comments, Dan. And I think it's important to note, and I appreciate that we're having this robust conversation, that we even have something to talk about. Because for so many years, we've had very few projects that even gave us these dilemmas to discuss. So I'm pleased that we have a project of this scale that has the potential to provide so many units right out of the gate into our town, because we are proud of the affordable housing program that's been an important value of our community since 1968. I do want to ask Councilman Holloman to respond to some of the questions that you raised, because I suspect that they were discussed at the Housing Commission. And I appreciate your sort of pointing the compass at where code needs to look going forward, because for the vast majority of affordable housing projects that we've had in the last many decades, they've been based on single family housing projects. And now as we look towards encouraging development in our central business district and bringing in more multifamily housing projects, potentially there are some new opportunities to work on tweaking the code to make it more responsive, but also more reflective of our goals. So to that end, I thank you for your comments. And I do want to ask Councilman Holloman, if you wouldn't mind sharing just sort of some of your observations, having sat in on those commission meetings as the liaison.
Madam Mayor, may I just interject for a second?
Sure.
May I share the findings section relevant to the conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
And to those who are chatting in the chat, we will share your chat, but we're going to continue our conversation as a council and hear from the applicants, and then I will bring it back to public comment. Thank you.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, I just wanted to be clear that the deliberative and iterative process that Councilman Kaufman referred to is exactly what went on during the Housing Commission discussion. In terms of going through, analyzing the reasons why this could, the builder was asking for this relief, and in terms of an extensive conversation, going back and analyzing what could be built, where they could be built, why they needed to be built in this format. And it came down to what I think we all have to recognize is this is going to come down to a compromise at some point where we recognize that 20% of zero is zero. And so at some point, there is a financial equation here that the developer we're asking them to bear. And I think the Housing Commission was comfortable with that compromise. And you can see the process that they went through and recognized that this is not black and white, that this is the reason we have this as a discussion and as a conversation is because the developer has an interest in this as well, and is really has to make their numbers work as well. There is not an infinite checkbook, and there does need to be the recognition that they are bearing the financial cost for this, and have brought the most affordable units to our community more than any other developer in the history of the city. So this is adding on to units already under construction across the street, and they are good partners in this process. The Housing Commission felt secure in that understanding.
And Madam Mayor, I have some other comments if you'd let me.
Okay.
So in terms of the findings with regard to this matter, on the screen, I've shared the departure from requirements, section 150-2180. That goes through each of the standards and provides the commission's reasons for why they thought it met those standards. There was there was a question about the distribution of units by AMI, or the income targets, if you will. And one of the findings is that given the number of units proposed to be on site, if you follow the code strictly, if you see here in number 2, this right here, the first bullet, if you follow the code, it would require one fewer unit at the 100% and one additional unit, as Councilman Kaufman indicates, at the 45% AMI, okay? That would yield an average affordability of 64% AMI among the 10 affordable units proposed. Now, that is not a particular standard, if you will. That is the outcome of the application of the law. And so, as Councilman Kaufman was saying, that's not a particular standard. But I think it is relevant in the sense that it's important to see what the outcome of the application of the law would be relative to other applications of the law, or the same application of the law with different number of units. And what you find is, depending on the number of units you have, you vary. And if you have a unit if you have a unit number, a proposed number of affordable units that is evenly divisible into these 3 groups, you will have a lower affordability requirement than you would in the case in point. And that is why I included, and the commission considered and found that, that if you applied the law literally, you would get 64% of, that would be the affordable level. So it would be a level, on average, the 10 units would be affordable to those earning 64% of median income. If the number of units was 9, you would be able to comply with the code literally, and you would have a 70% of AMI would be the average affordability, which is less affordable because the higher the number means higher income. So what was talked about at the Housing Commission was that, in my opinion, respectfully, I don't think that that was an intention of the code. While yes, it would say literally it goes to the lower AMI, yes, but there's this idiosyncratic nature of, just by the mere fact of the number of units you propose on site, you will have a different required outcome from the requirements in terms of affordability. I don't know if that was really contemplated as being something that was purposely done from a policy perspective. And so that's and I illustrated that in a series of in a table that shows that depending on the number of units, that you would have different outcomes, all compliant with code, but different outcomes in terms of what level of affordability you'd be providing. So that's where the commission thought that it made sense in this case to allow what they proposed, which is yields, as this bullet here at the top of the page, 69.5% AMI. If they had proposed 9 units, they could have complied with the law to the letter of the law, and the AMI would have been 70. So this is not an explicit standard of review, much like Councilman Kaufman has said, that is true, but nonetheless, there is variability and when you comply, there's variability in the outcome of the law in terms of affordability.
Thank you. Okay. Do we want to hear from the applicant? Do you have questions for the applicant?
Tony said he wanted to see the presentation.
You want to see the presentation, Tony?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. How do we do this? Do we, I think Deirdre.
Is it you're that presenting, or do you want me to?
I'm presenting.
This is Andrew Giedick. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Council. members. Andrew Yule with Albion. If you could make.
Oh, sorry, I'm promoting you right now. 1 second.
And if you can promote me also, that'd be great. Thanks.
There we go. All right. And now I have to hit share screen.
Just so you know, we can't see you though. You want to.
Guys, put on a tie for nothing then.
Screen. Okay. Please let me know if you can see the presentation.
There we go.
You can see it.
Okay, good evening, Mayor. Again, my name is Cal Bernstein. I'm the attorney for the applicant. We have our entire team here tonight. We have Keith Jacobs from president of Jacobs Companies. We have Andrew Yule, who just spoke. He's from Albion Residential. Paul Alessandro, he's from Hartshorn Pluckert. He's the architect. I don't know if is Louis on the phone, Andrew?
He could be available if needed.
Okay, Louis Abuna from KLOA, he's the traffic consultant. He's available tonight. Again, thank you for allowing us to present tonight and to go through this process. Again, we really appreciate all the effort the staff has made and Corporation Counsel has made to allow us in these trying times to continue to do business in the city of Highland Park, because that's what we want to do. We want to move Highland Park forward, and that's the purpose of us going forward tonight with the Albion at Renaissance Place. Can you go with the next slide, please? This is the team. Oh, that one. There we go. This is the team. This is the familiar team. This is the exact group of people that were together doing the Cargo Center across the street. You have Albion Residential, who's now as well known, obviously the Jacobs Company, and Hartshorn Pluckert, who also designed the new Albion at Cargo Center, whatever it's called. Next one, please. Here's the site plan. Joel went through this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Again, one of the things that we were looking at when we were trying to create some synergy between the new building and the Cargo building, so therefore all the residents at the Renaissance, Albion Renaissance, will have the ability to use the amenities at the Cargo. That includes all the tenants who are in the affordable units will have both the amenities, both in the Cargo building and the Renaissance building. Also, which is very important, was the connectivity. We just kind of skipped that through. One of the things we've heard loud and clear, through both projects, is that trying to promote the connectivity between Sunset Park and downtown, and so we're trying to do that with this plan. And we spent a lot of time at the Plan and Design Commission discussing it. Here's the project specs. I don't need to go into more detail on this. I will mention about the parking. We were in agreement at the Plan Design Commission that in order to, one of the things that what we talked about at the Housing Commission and at the PDC in connection with the departures and things that we were requesting, is that we are also, besides giving a luxury unit to all the affordable tenants, we're also providing them both with the required one parking space and the additional parking space if they so desire. These are the project benefits. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Again, this building has been empty since 2012. It's an eyesore. It has created a blight on this area. We're trying to basically create a new vibrant, new residential building there. Can you go back one, Andrew? We're going a little fast. There's the public benefit, which was discussed. We're not really asking for much relief. So the public benefit actually exceeds what the relief that we're asking for. Important things to remember is that the annual property taxes will be in excess of $500,000 for this property. That's our estimate. We're making a significant payment to the city for the air rights. We're going to be managing the surface lot for this city, and we'll be paying significant impact fees both to the school and the park district. Okay, you go next one. These are the meetings that we attended. This is actually the 9th meeting that we've attended with regard to this project. We started at the end of last summer until tonight. This is again, this is how the process works, and I want to commend both the Housing Commission and the Plan Design Commission and the liaisons, Councilman Stolberg and Councilman Alleman, because through their efforts, this is a much better plan than when we first proposed back in August 2019. Next slide. These are the revisions, some of the revisions that occurred during the process. I think that Councilman Stolberg, who was present during the meetings, could attest that every reasonable question, revision request, everything from both the Housing Commission and the Plan Design Commission, we listened to when we tried to incorporate it into what you're seeing here tonight. Next one. Community outreach. This is something that we were kind of like playing it. This is unique, obviously, because generally, as you know, as we did with the Carter Center project, we like to have a community meeting. We weren't able to do that this time because of the COVID pandemic. So what we did is we created a website. We sent out notice to all of the surrounding owners giving them the access to the site. And you could see that over the 1.5 months, we received 47 views, and I can't see how many downloads. I believe it was 27 downloads. So yeah, 27 downloads. So we received some public comment with regard to that, and we responded, and obviously we revised the plans accordingly. The relief request, as we discussed, is very minor. You can go. Joel spent enough time talking about that. Again, this is the floor plan. As we go through the floor plans, I want you to, the affordable units will be highlighted, and we've already made the change that the Housing Commission requested, and we moved that one unit from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. So you see that when we get to that floor plan. Next one. So you can see the 3 affordable units on the 2nd floor. Next one. The 3rd floor, there's the 4. And per the Housing Commission's request, we've added an additional 1 bedroom on the 4th floor. Next. These are the elevations. Again, a lot of time was spent at the PDC talking about the elevations. I'm not going to repeat what Joel said, but again, I want to thank their efforts in making this as I'm going to quote Joel Fontaine on this, a handsome building. Next, please. These are the elevations. The blade sign, Councilwoman Stone asked a question about that. We spent a lot of time on the blade sign at the PDC. They felt that it was appropriate in this location due to the location and to the to the extent of how this is an important building, and it also creates some type of branding. We're continuing a lot of the amenities, a lot of the materials from that blade sign throughout the building, and they felt it was appropriate. But we also agreed that between preliminary and final, that we'd come in with a final sign package. Next, please. The only thing that really I want to point out on this elevation, there's 2 things. Number one, how it composes with the buildings to the south, because that's something we worked with the PDC, is to try to create scale there. And the other is with regard to the access to the underground garage, because it's actually now, as you can see, it's right at the corner. Right now, currently there's a stairway that's at the corner. What we're doing is we're actually enclosing that stairway into the building right there. And again, there'll be public access there, so there'll be public access to the garage. The nighttime view, and then these are the building materials. Again, a lot of time was spent at the PDC talking about this to make sure that it works seamlessly with the surrounding structures. Next one. Here's the affordable plan. Again, a lot of time has been spent on this. I will point out, and Councilwoman Holloman was there, a lot of time was spent talking about the allocations of the unit, the fee in lieu, the reasons why. We spent hours at the Housing Commission discussing this. There was evidence, testimony, evidence submitted, and a lot of frank discussion with regard to this. And as you can see, wanted to go back, is that really the effective rate of the affordable housing is the proportional units, I should say. The last line is 11.2. At the Carter Center, it was 10.6. So we actually have a higher percentage of affordable units on site than the approved plan at the Carter Center that was approved last year. And that is basically our presentation. We have our entire team available for questions. We really, again, want to thank the hard work of the Plan Design Commission, who recommended approval, and also the Housing Commission, who helped us craft this affordable plan that we're proposing tonight, and the Housing Commission adopted the findings of fact that are before you tonight, justifying the departures that we're requesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Stone.
Yeah, Cal, I just wanted to ask a little bit more about that blade sign that you mentioned.
Okay.
Is it possible to do it without the illumination?
Paul, if you're available, Paul Alessandro or the architect, or Andrew, you want to try to respond to that?
Yeah, thanks, Councilman. It's such a low glow. We showed this several. We actually have a blow up of this. It wasn't in this presentation. That was a concern of the Planning Commission. The illumination level that's on it. You know what? I could probably pop back to it real quick. Is a very low light glow, and in this one right here, this is actually the blade sign we have in our Oak Park project. This was taken with a cell phone or an iPhone, unfortunately. So you're picking up a little bit of that static from the white, but the letters are just channel lit illuminated. The worry, we don't want it very bright because these are residential units flanking it to the sides. So we want to make sure the light level is low enough that it doesn't affect someone that's actually living within the unit. So it'll be a gentle dim as the night goes on and kind of fade away. More or less the clock will stand out as the kind of centerpiece, the timepiece, the remembrance of the neighborhood, the downtown district, and less the Albion name. The Albion name will just kind of fade away as this picture here kind of shows. Picture was taken at about 8 p.m. in February.
Will it be as bright as that one?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that exactly answered your question, but without the visual of night, we would still make the letters all in white. They're backlit internally, so we can control that dimming through our final plans if that's something that you're looking us to do with the Planning Commission to make sure that the Kelvin wattage is not overly bright as the rest of the light fixtures around the building are conforming to that light spillage code of Highland Park.
Yeah, that would be helpful to just examine that a little bit further in the final meeting, just because we really don't have a lot of these illuminated signs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Bloomberg. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Director Fontaine, did you want to jump in here?
Yeah, just really quickly, is there an opportunity perhaps for backlit halo type lighting for some or all of the portions of the sign that are illuminated?
Yes, absolutely. I think Director Fontaine, things we can look at as we come back with final and lay those out there and work with staff. I think staff has the guidance from the council of understanding what he's looking for, and we can show you those options.
Yeah, I guess that would, just respectfully, that would be something that would be preferable if you could do that to the greatest extent possible with that type of sign in terms of illumination. That's just staff's perspective on that.
Joel, can you explain what you're talking about?
Well, internally illuminated and backlit, a halo backlit are two different types of lighting for a sign. And so from an aesthetic point of view, generally the backlit halo is a preferred alternative, but not always a desirable alternative depending on the sign proponent. So that's why I asked that question. I do think it would be more aesthetically pleasing. Now, it would change the look of the clock, certainly, but the Albion letters, it would probably be more applicable to, but the clock itself, it would fundamentally change the look of the clock. So that's why I said, could you look at that in terms of to the maximum extent you could, just to get that look and feel to be a little bit different than just the internally illuminated.
Okay. Councilman Bloomberg and then Councilman Holloman.
Thank you. My first question, my recollection at the pre-application of the ratio of on-site built affordable units to paid in lieu units was different. Cal, can you address that, or Andrew?
I don't recall it. I will point out that we always represented that we would try to mirror the ratio that is at the Carger Center that was approved last year. And I will point out that in the MOU that was signed by the city, and that's where the 10, I don't have it in front of me, but that's where it was cited in the MOU, the 10.6, that the affordable housing plan would have at least a ratio of 10.6 affordable units to market rate units. And that is where that number came from. It came from what the Carger Center.
I guess my question, at the time of the pre-application, there was a ratio of fee in lieu to built units. And I had asked whether you might consider trying to improve upon that and have more units on site. My impression is that you did, but I may be wrong about that. Do you
Yeah,
recall
that-
what the-
Yeah, I will do. Initially, as submitted, we were going to place 9 units on site and then buy out at 5.8. After discussions with staff and after discussion with the Housing Commission, we increased it to 10 units. So we would exceed. I don't know. I don't remember if I don't have the math in front of me. If 9 units satisfied the 10.6, but there was a request to add 1 more unit, which we did. So to create that ratio over 11%.
So you're able to find some opportunity to increase the number of affordable units on site.
We increased it by 1 unit.
Okay. The second question is, in terms of the Housing Commission hearing, what was the discussion about how the fee in lieu or the payment in lieu was going to satisfy the requirement that it would provide for an equal or greater opportunity for offsite unit development? I appreciate what Councilman Holloman has said about what may be intended, but I don't know that that was specifically a part of the discussion. I didn't see it anywhere, so maybe you can illuminate that.
Yeah, there was an extensive discussion at the Housing Commission over 2 meetings with regard to this issue. Based on our discussion, it was the impression that the Housing Commission desired both units on site and payment in lieu. Obviously, the Housing Commission wanted units. However, it is clear that they just don't want one type of units, apartments. They also desire single-family homes, townhomes, allowing more families with children the opportunity to qualify and find housing in Highland Park. They also want funds to improve the existing portfolio of affordable units. The hybrid plan that we proposed at Carger seemed to satisfy the competing desires for the creation of apartments, the products that we're offering here, and other attractive housing options. So then, based on our submittals, testimony that we gave at the Housing Commission, the staff report, and over 2 meetings that lasted several hours, the evidence supported the findings that the Housing Commission made, and they're in your packet. They found that the fee payment will leverage to provide nearly 9 affordable units through the city's scattered affordable housing grant making program, thereby furthering affordable opportunities to an equal greater extent than putting them all on site. The Housing Commission also find that the payment will also meet the goal of providing a diverse portfolio of affordable housing opportunities by type and geography. The Housing Commission also found that the fees received would bolster the Affordable Housing Trust as to helping the city in the current recessionary times. The cash balance of the trust fund is in danger due to the decline in other revenue sources. Yeah, obviously, the tear down fees, I believe it's in the staff report. So the fees received this year is 0, where in previous years they received up to $150,000. So therefore, without receiving any additional revenue, the trust fund could create a situation where there's insufficient funds to sustain current levels of programmatic activity. So therefore, the Housing Commission found that the cash payment that we requested keeps with the Article 21 objectives for affordable housing in Highland Park. So that was all discussed at length over several hours at the Housing Commission.
Okay, so I hear what you say, and I agree with many of those goals, objectives, and needs by both the Housing Commission and the city at large. But the only part of it that really addresses the showing that has to be made, because a lot of these, while I agree that those are important things that we need to address as a city council and as a city, that isn't really the standard that has to be met. And the only aspect of that discussion that addresses that standard is the concept that this will somehow leverage the development of offsite affordable units, but you don't really say how.
Well, that was discussed at the Housing Commission. I will point out, with regard to the ordinance says that will further affordable housing opportunities. It doesn't say that it's going to further affordable housing units or supply units. It's opportunities. So the Housing Commission has the discretion to use these funds on existing units. They can use these funds on trying to obtain additional units. And Joel can speak to how the leveraging process works, because there's a lot of grant opportunities, and through the experience that over the years where funds were available and were used to leverage to create additional units. Based on that experience, staff was able to estimate that an additional 9 units, if you used all $600,000 to try to procure additional housing units, you could get up to 9 additional units off-site. And those units are not just 1, 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom apartments. They could be fee simple house in a different neighborhood, therefore promoting the scatter site policy of the affordable housing ordinance. I just want to remind the councils that assuming you approve this and you combine this with the units that have been approved across the street, there's going to be 27 affordable units between the 2 buildings, right basically at the corner of Elm and Green Bay. So the Housing Commission felt that it was also important to try to spread those other units throughout the entire community, and the payment of the $600,000 through and using that in conjunction with other grant opportunities that the staff had discussed at the Housing Commission gives the opportunity to far exceed what the affordable housing opportunities that could be done on site. And when we were talking about that at the Housing Commission, I said, well, do you want less units on site, and do you want more money paid as a fee in lieu? And the Housing Commission responded, the chairman responded to my inquiry saying, he goes, no, we think this is the right balance. And I think it provides the best of both worlds for the Housing Commission.
Okay, so thank you for going through that in detail. You've also raised a number of other questions that aren't really relevant specifically to the approval of your project, but I would love to discuss with you at a later time. But thank you for responding to those questions.
Thank you. Councilman Noble.
There's just so much, and I'm not going to, we've rehashed conversations that quite frankly, the council had before. We had specific housing conversations, and now I've just heard our entire conversation from a few months ago get rehashed over a project that I am personally, and I know other residents are thankful that after 12 years of a vacancy, these guys have come along and provided us with a very thoughtful project that has gone through a very comprehensive process with many voices, including the Housing Commission, who I applaud and thank profusely for their hard work and their understanding that where we're going and what the policy is. And quite frankly, I don't know when we're going to see another project like this, given our current environment. So to the point of, if this isn't done, we get nothing in housing at all. And I've said this before in a housing conversation. The intent of our policy is to have a balance of who pays in and who and where it's allocated. In neighborhoods, we are missing scattered site housing, and that is something else we're trying to balance. So this project actually balances a lot of our needs and reaches a lot of our goals. So with that, I want to say thank you. And one, I know it seems minor, the blade sign with the clock. I actually think it's a really lovely addition. It gives a sense of place and purpose in our business district. People can now, I look forward to 10 years from now, people going, let's meet by the clock. You know, the sign, let's go meet by the sign, because that's what we have seen years ago in downtown Highland Park when other amenities came in, other structures. This is right in our core. They'll just, my kids will come back and say, meet you by the clock. I love that it's slightly illuminated. They met the dark sky regulations. They went through painful efforts to do that. So thank you for that. Thank you for the parking and the bike racks, the connectivity. So with that, I don't want to spend any more time because we've really spent a lot on this, and I appreciate everybody's questions, but that's my 2 cents. I'd like to call for a motion to approve item number 10, a resolution approving a preliminary development plan for a planned development and preliminary inclusionary housing plan at 1849 Green Bay Road and 1910 2nd Street.
Second.
Thanks for the motion in the second. I'm going to share public comment before we go ahead with the vote. We heard from Mike Laxner. I believe the Albion development plan was well thought out, and the inclusion of upper story setbacks to blend into the surrounding low-rise buildings to the north and east provides a nice visual transition. The Albion team has worked diligently to answer all questions during the preliminary approval process, and the PDC, your approval would move this project forward as it will add significantly to the continued development of the downtown area and provide the much-needed foot traffic to help provide the businesses in the CBD in these trying economic times. And Betsy Lazar wrote, in cases that are not by right exceptions to the on-site compliance requirement, the cash in lieu per unit is a minimum. The applicant can propose a higher amount, as can the Housing Commission or Council, if they believe it is warranted to meet the standard for the exception. Thank you both for your comments. And Gita, I know you received an email during the conversation particular to this issue as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. 2 emails from the same person, Lori Williams, representing Collaborative Community Housing Initiative. The first email, she writes, "Hi, are the affordable units the same size as others? What are they doing to include people with disabilities in this project? What community organizations are they working with? Thank you." And then the second email is, again, same from Lori Williams. "Both developments are being built by the same developer across the street from one another. Carger Center and Saks, diversity of developers, diversity of tenants. They should be doing more for affordable housing, and cash payment in lieu of is offensive. 27 units affordable, question mark, that is not enough." Yeah, I'm happy to follow up with her after the meeting as well.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Any other comments or questions from the council, or we will move to a vote? Councilman Bloomberg.
Very briefly, I appreciate the responses and the detail that we got this evening. For me, it's a difficult balance between the need for a lot of increased residential density proximate to the downtown, which is very important, particularly matters related to what we're going to be discussing in the committee of the whole, against the need for affordable housing, particularly in that location. I think the developer has made reasonable efforts to reach that balance. I still have some concerns with whatever precedents that this may set, but I think it has to be recognized that this is being proposed in the particular time period and the moment when it's being presented to us, considering the economic struggles that we're facing as a city and the retail issues that we also face as a city. So I appreciate all of that.
Thank you. Okay, will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilman Stolberg,
Aye.
Councilwoman Stone,
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman,
Aye.
Councilman Bloomberg,
Aye.
Councilman Noble,
Aye.
Councilman Howman,
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes and no nays. Item 10 is approved. And we look forward to hearing from the developers with their final plans when those are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the council. And again, I want to thank staff, the PDC, the Housing Commission, and liaisons, because again, as I said earlier, after over 9 meetings, this is a better project than we started with. So again, thank you. And we'll see you probably late fall with our final plan.
All right.
Thank you all very much, and thank you for the kind words, Councilman. I really appreciate that, and we'll see you guys soon. Thank you very much.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mike Laxter suggested one possibility on the clock was reversing the colors later in the evening and shifting the colors on the blade into a softer shade of violet or blue as an example, dimming the brighter right color. All right, like that. Thank you. Is there any business from the council? Seeing none, any business from city staff?
Yes, Mayor, we do have a report. Just want to give an update on the coronavirus and our work efforts to help minimize the spread of the virus and other initiatives that the city is undertaking. So one, I'm going to share what the state of Illinois has been communicating, which is businesses are open, but the pandemic is not over. So very important that people continue to still pay heed to the spread of this virus. As of this morning, the state has reported more than 6,500 deaths in the state of Illinois. There are 360 in Lake County. Lake County has reported more than 9,200 cases in our county. Lake County website, as well as the state of Illinois website, is updated every day. And so we encourage people to review the wealth of information that they have available there. We are sharing it on our website as well as other communication modalities. We continue to be in regular communication with the state and the county and our government partners and others, just given the fast changing pace of this pandemic and its impact. Of course, public safety is our #1 priority. So the health and safety of residents as well as our employees, and we are really using every available resource to us to continue to serve the public and again, help minimize the spread of this virus. At the very basic level, we continue to communicate the very importance of wearing face coverings, how to wear a face covering. And the general rule is a face covering is required any place in a public building where the public is at, or if you're outside and you can't maintain within 6 feet separation of other people, as well as common areas of even private buildings. So again, very important to wear a face covering, very important to continue to do hand washing and then maintain that physical distance separation. We currently, as previously reported, we are in phase 3 of the Illinois Restore Illinois plan. The state had identified 10 different business sectors, and among other requirements for each business sector, it had a gathering rule of 10 people or fewer. The state of Illinois announced today that all 4 regions in the state are anticipated to move to the next phase, which is called revitalization. This is based on the continuing decline of the infection rate, but again, not to be misunderstood that everything is clear. So there are still certainly cases, but hospitals have the capacity to adapt to the surge of cases, and overall the numbers are trending the way that the health agencies desire. So what that means in terms of phase 4, and this information is on our website, but very briefly, indoor dining can reopen with groups of 10 or less, but still maintaining 6 feet separation between tables and no more than 25% capacity. So restaurants certainly are still limited, but at least it gives them more flexibility to maximize their service. Retailers, offices, service areas may operate at a max capacity of 50%. Indoor and outdoor recreation may open with the lesser of either 50 customers or 50% of capacity. And indoor playgrounds are to remain closed, but the state has announced that outdoor playgrounds will open. We have received a number of questions about parks and recreation in Highland Park, so I will just remind the public that the Park District of Highland Park is a separate government than the city. We work closely with them, but we don't set policy for them. We don't oversee their operation. So if anyone has questions about the parks or beaches, they can contact the Park District of Highland Park. And we will continue to update our website for information as it pertains to the city's operation. And an important element with phase 4 is we've increased now from gatherings of 10 or fewer to gatherings of 50 people or fewer would be permitted. So this phase 4 is anticipated to take effect this Friday. So information has been shared with all of our businesses as well as with the general public, and we'll continue to do that as certainly the businesses make plans to increase service to the public. One important element to remember is just because we're going to phase 4 doesn't mean that we can't go back to phase 3. So again, very important that people continue to still adhere to the face covering requirement, to washing hands. We are reminding individuals that testing is available for them, whether or not they are symptomatic. If individuals are attending any of these protests or gatherings where they have a constitutional right to gather, then the Illinois Department of Public Health is recommending that they get tested 5 to 7 days after that gathering. There is a site in Waukegan that provides free testing at 102 West Water Street. They're conducting 750 free tests a day. They don't require insurance. They're not asking immigration status. So really most important is they just want people to go get tested, particularly if they are showing symptoms, if they are in a gathering environment, or they have been near someone who has either showed symptoms or has tested positive themselves. That Waukegan site is free, but there are other local options as well. So people can check the Lake County Health website or the State of Illinois website as well, or links to our website. Since our last meeting, did want to share with the council that our staff has reviewed and approved a total of 42 applications from businesses to use the city's public right-of-way. So this is either for outdoor dining, outdoor fitness classes on public right-of-way, for signage, seating areas. So really any type of use just to help businesses better serve the public. As recommended by the council at the last meeting, we have increased our public communication to let the public know that there are different picnic areas that have been identified as Destination Highland Park. So bring a chair, bring a table if you like. These are your items that are yours from home, and so they don't require another entity to clean them regularly as if we were going to set up our own tables and chairs. So bring your own picnic needs, support a local business, do some shopping, get some food and drinks, and come to one of these many areas where people can physically distant but gather together and enjoy everything that we have to offer. The one full street closure that we have is in the Ravinia Business District. That's along Roger Williams. As we move into phase 4, we are still recommending that full street closure continue. We are taking a look at, on a regular basis, the impact of traffic that is through the detour routes. We are taking a look at and communicating with the businesses just to make sure that area continues to serve them well. And if there are any changes, we certainly can adjust accordingly. But overall, we do believe that it is serving the businesses well, and there are not any public safety concerns with that street closure as it's currently positioned. So I will remind individuals to check our website, where we do have regular information that we are really updating every single day. So just a couple of other things as it pertains to the city's buildings. Even though we are moving into phase 4, I am recommending that we continue to keep our doors closed to the public. We will schedule appointments if absolutely needed, where individuals can't do work with us either remotely or by mail or drop-off service. But we are recommending, again, just to help keep our employees safe, that we continue to keep our doors closed. We are providing full services. So anything that an individual needed from the city pre-COVID, we are providing that in a virtual environment. So we really haven't skipped a beat in terms of our customer service. Parking permits will resume going back on sale on August 1st. So we're going to be starting that public communication in that regard. Starting today, we have shared that PACE began requiring fares on all PACE routes, on-demand services, dial-a-rides, and ADA paratransit services. Medical personnel will continue to be able to ride for free. They just need to show an identification. And then as a follow-up to the last committee of the whole meeting, we will be following back up with the city council once we have confirmation from Lakeshore about the spring cleanup rescheduling. So they are taking a look at dates and other options where they can provide that service to the public. I don't have an update right now for the council, but we should have one the next week, and then I'll follow up with you. And that's it for now, Mayor, unless we can answer any questions for you. Oh,
I just want to acknowledge and let people know how much we appreciate the sacrifices that they've made. It's taken significant proactivity from every single person in this community and frankly in our region to get us to this phase 4. And we've recognized these challenges. They are appreciated tremendously. Unfortunately, we are still in this new normal, and it's critical that we just continue to be as cautious as possible because the disease is still present, and we don't want to have to go backwards. So thank you for the report on all of that. Councilman Holloman, I know you had your hand up.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to thank Gita and her staff and her team for the efforts you're making to keep businesses moving. And just to comment again, stage 4 does not mean that we're back to normal and our businesses are still looking for that support from us. So I would look forward to continuing with the outdoor dining. I think it's actually been a beneficial and really welcome addition to the city. I think people appreciate it. I know in Ravinia, we've had some additional co-branding and some work by the city to, to promote. And I think that's all valuable and necessary in order to keep some of these small businesses in our community afloat during this difficult time, because it's still going to be really tough for them with 25% capacity, and they need to spread out, as do we as patrons, right? Nobody wants to be sitting in a crowding room. Indoors is still going to be kind of dicey. I know I still kind of shudder about that. So I think it's the outdoor option is a great one, and really appreciate the city's efforts to support that. And it's really, you guys been turning stuff around on a dime. So we know that you've been working hard and quickly to make it happen. So thank you.
Great, thank you. So I think that's it for this city council meeting. I want to confirm that we are staying on this Zoom call for the committee of the whole. We do not have a new link, so don't jump and run because we're still here for more excitement. But at the moment, I'll take a motion to adjourn the city council meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Will the clerk please call the vote on the motion to adjourn?
Councilman Stolberg,
Aye.
Councilwoman Stone,
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman,
Aye.
Councilman Bloomberg,
Aye.
Councilman Noble,
Aye.
Councilman Holloman,
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes and no nays. The city council meeting is adjourned. Anybody need a quick break before we continue on with committee of the whole? If not, we will call committee of the whole to order. Okay, everybody looks content in their chairs, so we will press on with our next conversation. So I will now call to order the committee of the whole meeting for the city of Highland Park City Council, Highland Park, Illinois, virtual meeting and city hall optional, June 22nd, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilman Stolberg,
Here.
Councilwoman Stone,
Here.
Councilman Kaufman,
Here.
Councilman Bloomberg,
Here.
Councilman Noble,
Here.
Councilman Holloman,
Here.
Mayor Rotering.
Here, we have a quorum. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the special meeting of the committee of the whole held on June 8th, 2020?
So moved.
Second.
Will the clerk call the vote on the approval of those minutes?
Councilman Stolberg,
Aye.
Councilwoman Stone,
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman,
Aye.
Councilman Bloomberg,
Aye.
Councilman Noble,
Aye.
Councilman Holloman,
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes, no nays. Those minutes are approved. We'll continue on to our scheduled business. And our first item is amendments to downtown zoning districts B5 and consideration of possible changes to the POSO. I don't know if it's feasible or desired to sort of break this into two conversations. But Joel, I presume that you have a presentation and then we will march on.
I do, Madam Mayor, and I will share my screen if you agree. Shall I do that now?
Please, thank you.
Okay. Just want to get to full screen so you can see it best. Okay, great. Trying to hide the Zoom meeting bar here. Okay. So, Madam Mayor, thank you, and Council, thank you for the opportunity to present in the committee of the whole some ideas about downtown zoning and the pedestrian-oriented shopping district and B5 in general. Staff's requesting feedback regarding changes to downtown zoning districts related to those two zoning map delineations and their actual use regulations. The POSO, start off with the POSO in terms of talking about why we're revisiting it this time. In 2017, we had a project, a work program project in which we looked at the POSO and we reduced its delineation. And at that time, the council indicated that in a couple, 2-3 years, we needed to come back and revisit this. And so part of what we did is include this project as part of our major projects for 2020. And here we are with an analysis of the POSO and downtown zoning for council's consideration feedback, if you will. In 2004, the POSO was created and it limited uses to only retail and retail-oriented uses on the first floor of, or called ground floor of, buildings in the overlay. The idea was to concentrate retail uses, create a pedestrian area, foster that pedestrian area and vitality. And of course, one of the main drivers to the whole initiative was to encourage sales tax generating uses in the city's downtown. 2017, the POSO was reduced. In 2019, a couple of additional properties were removed through a zoning map amendment by applicants. Council considered those and adjusted related to Port Clinton and another location on St. John's. In February 2020, we expanded the uses permitted through the adoption of experiential use codes and uses. This slide shows the evolution of the POSO district's delineation as a zoning map element. And so you see here the delineation has been reduced over time, and this does show that. The last of which is the portion of Port Clinton and 1811 Central Avenue. Just a word about retail and market conditions. As it's well known and been well talked about in many trade magazines and generally news circulation, changes in the retail industry, including online shopping, are lowering demand for brick and mortar storefronts. Highland Park currently has a greater supply of retail than demand. This higher vacancy rate is consistent with the region. Uses such as medtail are an emerging land use, and in some cases, filling in former retail locations. Essentially, medtail is a medical service in a non-traditional or retail-based manner, and they are exhibiting themselves throughout the region as well and throughout the country. Policy considerations, and again, this is just preliminary and committee of the whole, so these aren't for you, before you for anything but feedback, but policy considerations include limiting the uses located on the ground floor of buildings to retail and retail-oriented uses as the POSO currently requires, or eliminate those restrictions. So thoughts there are consider the geographic delineation of the POSO. And when doing so, think about whether or not possibly adding medtail to the uses permitted within the POSO makes sense if there is a POSO alternative chosen. The second main policy consideration has to do with allowing multifamily residential buildings in the B5 zoning district. So it's important to note that our zoning code has two distinct uses, distinct principal land uses for multifamily buildings. One is multiple family dwellings, and the other is dwellings only above first floor permitted commercial or office uses. These are two distinct uses. So in the B5 zoning district, which is our downtown, and within the POSO, which is an overlay on top of that B5 zoning district, you are not allowed to do an entirely residential building. The use that's permitted is dwellings only above first floor permitted commercial or office uses. So unlike what you find across the street at the Albion at Carter, that's not allowed in the B5 district across Green Bay. B5 only permits these above first floor, and so essentially all residential buildings are not permitted downtown. And there's good reasons for why that is. It's to foster a downtown that has a mix of commercial and vibrant land uses. And so that is something to consider when considering the alternatives that will follow. Built form of commercial and residential design are different. And commercial buildings tend to have more entrances and places to interact with them. although not exclusively, but they tend to have more interaction with the pedestrian way. Residential buildings tend to have fewer entrances and less interaction with the street if they're entirely a residential building. Something else to consider are podium buildings in the downtown and their impact to design and the experience of folks walking and shopping downtown. Podium buildings are essentially two buildings in one, and we have a podium building at McGovern House. We have a podium building at the Albion One. And essentially what that is there is a parking garage that is built either underground or partially underground in these cases that we're talking about podium. They're generally out of the ground. And then there is a residential building that is essentially built on top of it. So from a building code perspective, they're actually two different buildings, but we see it as one building. So essentially what podium buildings are is where you have the garage in some fashion and form that is not completely underground like you have at Fulton Developments, two buildings on Laurel Avenue, which you're well familiar with. You don't see the garage at all. You don't see it coming up from the ground because it's underground from the street view on Laurel. And then, of course, land use is always a consideration, and we talk a little bit about the small changes, but that they do have large effects on downtown in terms of which uses are allowed and what then ultimately the design of the buildings are and the activity downtown results. Four changed alternatives are in the packet and presented here. So the first is reduce the delineation of the POSO, remove the retail limitation from the east side of the railroad tracks. This has been talked about for some time, but and came up in 2017, but the delineation does still include the east side of the tracks. This would reduce the delineation to not include the east side of the railroad tracks. Also considering with this alternative possibility of adding Medtail as an allowed use within the remaining POSO district. Second alternative is remove the POSO, eliminate it completely. It removes the retail use limitations in the POSO area and maintains the B5 multifamily only above first floor commercial uses throughout the remainder of downtown, which it is currently, so that's the current zone. Third alternative is create a commercial overlay district and allow entirely residential buildings in the B5 district. Okay, so there you can have and here what we're doing by the commercial overlay district is it would not have any of the retail or retail-oriented use restrictions of the POSO. Instead, it would just have a restriction that you could only have residential above first floor commercial in the former POSO area. And so as to maintain in our main corridors of Central and 2nd Street, a commercial ground floor. Fourth alternative is eliminate the POSO and allow entirely residential buildings in the B5 district. So this would remove all retail use limitations in the POSO area and would allow entirely multifamily residential buildings in the B5 district, which is downtown general. These alternatives 1 through 4 are numbered, but there's no preference implied. Rather, they are numbered from essentially least change to most change, least being the first, most being the last in terms of regulatory change. So to just talk about each one a little bit more in detail and show you a map of what I'm referring to with regard to any overlays, if any. Alternative 1 is proposed to reduce the delineation of the POSO. As you can see here in the map provided, the POSO is reduced in size, essentially removing it from the east side of the railroad tracks to its current location. The remaining location does not change. That's the only change, removing it from the east side. So the west side concentrates the retail and the commercial in that area of the downtown. What this would likely do is over time, this would likely cause a conversion to office uses and possibly Medtail uses of the east side. This is also where council might consider adding MedTail as an allowed use in the POSO or not. And then those MedTail uses could go certainly anywhere else in the B5 district. In terms of alternative 2, which is just the simple elimination of the POSO, just eliminates the POSO altogether. So therefore, the retail or retail-oriented use requirements that the POSO currently has would no longer be required anywhere downtown. You certainly could do retail or retail uses, but you wouldn't be obligated to. Broadens the B5 land uses to the entirety of downtown. And what I mean by that is, as council knows, there's a subset of uses allowed in POSO that overlays the B5 district. So by removing the POSO, you're broadening that area to the entirety of the B5 land uses allowed in the downtown. I do note that in this scenario or this alternative, residential only or entirely residential buildings would not be allowed. Rather, they would have to be above a first floor commercial or office use. And that's the current B5 zoning allowance. Alternative 3. Alternative 3 creates a commercial district overlay. It would allow also all residential buildings in B5. And essentially the purpose of that commercial overlay district would be to not have all residential buildings in the former delineation of the POSO, because this alternative proposes removing the POSO and replacing it with the commercial overlay district. As you can see here in blue, that is the delineation of the POSO currently, and is just being changed in terms of its name and its regulatory impact through this proposal. This would allow a broader array of commercial land uses within the former POSO boundaries. You would be able to do any of the uses that would be allowed in the B5 that you currently have now. Except then you'd have the situation where this area would remain residential only above permitted first floor commercial and office uses. The rest of the B5 under this alternative, the proposal is to allow entirely residential buildings to be permitted in the rest of the B5 area. No first floor commercial requirement. They certainly could if they chose to, but they wouldn't be obligated to by zoning. So that is a change in the B5 because currently now B5 doesn't allow that, but this would propose making a text amendment to allow all residential buildings in the B5 and to put in place of the POSO a commercial overlay district that would protect the commercial core in that it would require first floor commercial only in the area shown blue here. Alternative 4, eliminate the POSO and allow entirely residential buildings in the B5. As I mentioned before, this is in terms of change legislatively, this is the largest change. It eliminates the retail requirements in the certain areas defined by the POSO, that delineation. It broadens land uses allowed to the entire downtown, and it changes the B5 use table to allow entirely residential buildings. No first floor commercial requirement. And this, in terms of trade-offs, it could change the nature of activity downtown as more residential buildings would be constructed. We have a good example of what this looks like. Just south of downtown and Walnut and Laurel Avenue, in those places, you see a lot of multifamily buildings without commercial on the first floor. And that's what would be then allowed in the B5. Staff requests feedback regarding the change alternatives for downtown zoning districts, and should council direct formal consideration, just as a reminder, that's a process that would include a public hearing before plan and design and final action by the city council before any changes were made. I turn it over to you, Madam Mayor, for direction or questions from any and all council members.
Great, thank you. And I have just a few statements and some questions, and I saw Councilman Noble had her hand up as well. I think it's important, I don't know how many people are watching this, but why does this matter? Why was there a POSO to begin with? And the reason why was that there was an influx of banks. The city gains revenue from sales tax, from retail. And in an effort to mitigate the burden of property taxes on residents, that shift was made towards having a vibrant downtown where sales tax revenue could offset some of the economic burden on the property taxes. And you could be that direct and say it's about sales tax revenue, but it's also about jobs. It's about a local economy. It's about having a vibrant, sociable place for people to come together. So that's the original reason why the POSO was put in place to begin with, was to sort of halt the invasion of the banks. And I think it's important to ask a few questions as we look at these various alternatives, Joel. And if you don't mind, I just want to share them with you. And I think it's important also to note that in 2009, the city undertook a major review of its central business district, hiring the Lakota Group. There were meetings upon meetings, charrettes, all kinds of data was sought, not just from industry leaders, but from residents. And so to that end, one question that I have is sort of what metrics are we using for this actual decision making? Who are we consulting with? I appreciate the strength and hard work of our professional staff, but I think it's important to look at the industry. And we recognize that retail is diminishing. You have to look no further than Northbrook Court to see what that looks like in terms of shrinking a retail district. But I'm curious to know, under the current circumstances, what are considered the best practices? And more to the point, what is the industry saying, not just in this moment, but in this new paradigm of online purchasing, diminished bricks and mortar shopping, but we're in the middle of a pandemic. So I have some hesitation in doing any kind of major decision making or data gathering, given that we've all been told to stay home for the last 3 months. I'm going to give you a few of my questions, and then I'm going to hand it over to my council colleagues. I'm curious to know what the occupancy rate is in the central business district in 2019 compared to 2015, and what changes we've seen, if any. How many of the sort of unique new uses have been pursued? We did some changing to the zoning in that area. Have we received applications for people who want to pursue these non-retail but more permitted uses? And then as we talk about the influx of residential, I do want to share a very strong concern with turning this area over to having residential on the first floor. One needs to look no farther than across the street from Michael's to see what having non-commercial on the first floor does to the vibrancy of an area, and that is basically, it kills it. There's nothing there but a wall, and there's no reason for anybody to spend any time there. It's just sort of this gap. So I do have some concern about having residential with no retail on the bottom. And then one other question that I would love to hear from staff also is the vacancies in the central business district compared to vacancies at Crossroads, Briargate, Ravinia. I mean, we have, I believe, we say we have 9. I'm not sure I call Braeside a shopping district, but we have at least 8 shopping districts. I'd be curious to know where our vacancies are. And then looking at your proposed alternatives, potentially removing retail use east of the tracks in our entire central business district, what proportion of our vacancies are located across the tracks to the east versus to the west? So those are just sort of my questions. And if you wouldn't mind, Joel, if we could get out of your screen share, I'd love to see the rest of the council for this conversation. And I'm going to call on Councilman Noble, who I saw had her hand up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little confused by this entire presentation because there seems to be 3 things and they've been thrown together. One, we didn't even talk about having it come, which was this MedTail, which I understand why it's a part of the conversation. But the first conversation, to your point, Mayor, is talking about the POSO. We asked for it to come back. We talked about it in 2017. We talked about it more recently. We made some changes. We asked for it to come back. And then the second piece is the zoning piece, which I know Councilman Stolberg has a lot of thoughts on it, so I'm going to leave it for him. So if you don't mind, Mayor, can we break these into 3 conversations before I go on?
Sure. And I, out of deference to Joel in his presentation, I wanted him to be able to present everything.
I
But
appreciate
I
that.
do think for structure of a productive conversation, we do need to break this into components. So that's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that because it just, I'll be honest. Thank you, Joel, for your presentation. Thank you to the staff that worked on it, but I don't like option 1, 2, 3, or 4. I'll just speak to the POSO right now. And one of my reasonings why I've stated it before at meetings, and I'm going to state it again, is we have a moment where we can reinvent ourselves right now. This moment isn't coming back. Even prior to COVID, I was saying I'd really like to see what these property owners can do if we pulled the POSO off. We shrunk it a little bit, and what we're seeing is one-offs coming to the city saying, "Hey, I'd like to do." We saw it in Port Clinton. We saw it over on St. John's. We were asked about it for the corner of Central and First Street. I don't want to see any more one-offs. It's time, if these property owners think they can get their act together and show us that they can fill these empty storefronts, which mostly are actually west of the tracks. What we're getting questions for east of the tracks, what we're getting questions on, or applications are west of the tracks. I just look at it and I go, give them a chance. Empty stores are empty stores. And we just saw Saks, 2012, that's how it was empty for that long. We're seeing something go in there finally. Some of these vacancies have been here since 2012, even when we removed some of the POSO. So I look at it and I go, all right, we're at a crossroads right this second. I appreciate that Mayor, you want to get more information. But I want to remove the obstacles, and I want the property owners to show not just the council, but all of us. We've been working with them. We've heard them. I sit in their meetings with them regularly. They've asked for this. I want us as a council to be, how do we get to yes? How do we find solutions? We are not seeing banks and cupcake places and nail places. I'm sure there is some new iteration that might be the MedTail, which we have already allowed into Port Clinton. So maybe we make it conditional. But as far as the POSO goes, I'm ready to remove it and then come back in 18 to 24 months and go, hey guys, what'd you do? Because vacancies are vacancies. They're just sitting there. They're not, they're just not doing anything for us. And then I know I have colleagues, so I'm not going to steal thunder. I have other comments about the other 2 items, but I'm going to reserve them so we could get through the POSO portion of this.
Great. Thank you. Councilman Stolberg and then Councilman Holloman.
Thanks, Mayor. I agree with, well, first of all, Joel and your staff. I know it's always a lot of work putting these together, and I do appreciate it. And sometimes we do have to break them out to get to the heart of the problem, because sometimes they're not all as easily decipherable when you commingle all of them. I understand why the POSO was created. I understand the Lakota study. I understand why we've shrunk the POSO over time. I understand in the last several months how certain specific properties have come before us and are right to be removed, whether it's the pediatric facility in Port Clinton or the physical layout and design of the storefront on St. John's. But I also think even with that Lakota study, times have changed. COVID has added an unexpected big change to all of this. And I really agree with Councilman Noble in that we hear from our business owners that Highland Park doesn't do enough. We see it on social media. We hear it from our residents, and we do a lot. There are incentives, there are grants, there are facade incentives. We have a staff that works to promote why you want to come to Highland Park. I've used the fish don't swim analogy several times, and it's, when you're looking for traffic counts and other things, we can't change the fact that we have a lakefront to the east. But what we can do is give our business owners every opportunity and then put the impetus back on them. If we remove as many restrictions as possible while still attempting to get quality businesses and feet on the street and sales tax revenue, then the burden really shifts to the property owners to make sure they're charging fair market rents, that they're maintaining their buildings, that they're giving appropriate TI allowances for new buildings to come in there. And I think that would be helpful, at least to test the world and see if it makes a difference. As far as the B5, I don't know that we need to correlate these 2 at this time, Joel and Mayor. I think that what we have there in the B5 requiring first floor retail components below residential, as you said, Mayor, I am not willing to, for one, am not willing to get rid of that requirement right now. So I don't think we need to do, Joel, a commercial overlay. I think what we have now in terms of B5 for residential or mixed use components, I think is working. And I don't think we're seeing people coming in. Number one, the pieces of land aren't big enough to put a section of high-rise or mid-rise housing there. So I would be very much in favor of removing the POSO. I think we can leave the B5 where it is and still require, as part of the B5, residential only on floors 2 and above with some commercial or retail space on the ground floor. And we're not alone in this. Every community is experiencing this. Brick and mortar has changed. If nothing else, COVID has further moved the needle towards Amazon and delivery at home and everything else. And it's going to take some time to recover. And I'd like to do everything we could within reason to help our business owners try and rent those spaces. Thank you.
So I have a quick question. You raised vibrancy, retail, so forth in the POSO, yet by removing the POSO, you basically open up rentals to whomever, not to deride nail salons and dry cleaners, but and banks at this point. How do you not become the mecca of dry cleaners, nail salons, and banks? By removing that limitation, we know that we have property owners who will be like, oh, perfect. Now I can.
Well, I think, and that's a good point, Mayor. And I'm a big believer in that the market will dictate what will survive. And, you know, you may get some of those. I mean, look, we had 2 cupcake places across the street from each other. Neither one of them survived. I don't see from my world banks are closing retail locations. They're not opening more of them. They're finding it more economical to bank online. I think while we want to generate sales tax revenue, I think there's an ancillary use. You know, we turned down a Baird and Warner on the corner of Central and First Street. And while it wasn't permitted at the time, you know, maybe I, for one, look back on it and say, okay, well, it doesn't generate sales tax per se in that 3,000 square feet of space, but someone comes in to look for a home or submit a contract or bring in an earnest money check deposit and they're waiting for an offer to come back. Maybe they do run to Once Upon a Bagel and grab a sandwich. Maybe they, and I think that's what we looked at when we were talking about the pediatrics office in Port Clinton, that, hey, you know, when the mom brings the sick child, maybe they do get an ice cream at Dairy Queen. Maybe they do run across the street to a store like Campus Colors and get a t-shirt to make their kid feel better or whatever it is. So I understand what you're saying, Mayor. And I think some of the impetus is on the landlord to not just rent to occupy, but to rent to have a quality tenant. And I know that's a big ask, because some of our landlords may not see it that way. But I think evolution will dictate what survives. And if it's not the right business for Highland Park, they'll have to move on to the next one.
So I'm going to ask one more devil's advocate question. I think we have, what, 7, 9 different real estate companies in this town. So now you have 9 real estate companies with their brokers on the first floor. You know, is that how you envision these vacancies filled? People taking up parking, people running their businesses, making it harder for shoppers to park, harder for people to patronize those other businesses. Have you just effectively killed your downtown? Again, not to have anything against realtors, but I'm just saying, you know, the logistics are how many folks in these offices, how many of their cars, nobody's shopping, they're just at work and then leaving or whatever the case may be to go to showings. I'm just trying to project where things could go without these regulations.
So I'll put respectfully the same comment back to you. If retail has changed and the world is shopping online, has that effectively killed the downtown as well? And what's the less sharp edge of the sword? You know, is it the retail as we know it and these places are perpetually vacant, or is it a real estate office or 3 or 4? And where does the natural evolution create a balance that works? And I don't have that answer, Mayor, and I don't have a vision of what you're saying. I would like to see how we could help and see if some of these vacancies and the right businesses show up in Highland Park. But I hear what you're saying, and you know, I'm not bent on an all or nothing POSO. You know, this could be in steps. We could eliminate a bigger portion of it. I like your question of how many of the vacant spaces are east of the tracks versus west of the tracks, and maybe we review it in another 12 months and see if the work we've done and continue to do keeps pushing the needle in the right direction. But in all fair questions, and that you're asking, and I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't know who's going to rent where, but I do know that as of now, you know, I don't want to say we're killing the downtown, but it doesn't matter how many parking spaces you have or don't have, the stores are vacant.
Some, not all.
So no, I agree. I don't mean to be the devil's advocate on, you know, doom and gloom, but you're right.
Okay, so we have Holloman, Stone, Noble, and Bloomberg.
Okay, I'll be the devil's advocate on gloom and doom since Adam doesn't want to take that role. But I want to point out that one of the things that we have to recognize is that we had the hottest economy and the biggest, strongest market up until February, right? And we still had tons of vacancies in downtown. It's because the retail world has shifted. 2009 and 2020 are just an eternity apart. So if we, and now here we are in a global pandemic and a recession, which we do not understand how long it will last. We can't even fathom what this marketplace is. Let's try it for 2 years and come back and visit it and say, look, when in 2 years, if we can't go back to our community and say that we did everything possible to support our businesses, then we will have failed because we can't predict the future. The only thing we can do right now is everything. And this, removing the POSO at least for a limited, take it up for a limited time, say that we're going to experiment with it, see what we got, find some creative way to eliminate grandfathering or whatever, but we have to take a bold action now, because if we don't, we will have no way of explaining ourselves later. So I hope we can at least, I don't want to actually get into the whole zoning issue right now. I'm not willing to undertake that. That was beyond, I think, the scope that we need to tackle the immediate issue, which is our businesses need help. Our rentals were spotty even before the recession during a huge and strong market. Now is the time to take a bold action to make a statement in support of our businesses. And I think this is it.
So I'm going to ask Joel or Gita, are we the only community that has a retail overlay district or a shopping district, or is that pretty much the norm for most communities in this area or suburbs as it is?
There are suburbs, Mayor, that, Steve, you were going to say something. I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah. Highland Park was definitely pioneered the concept of a POSO district. Evanston and Oak Park each adopted something similar, but Highland Park is looked to as the pioneer of that particular area. Others have, when the proliferation of banks occurred in the early 2000s, communities raced to figure out different ways to have pilot programs, payment of a fee in lieu, or some sort of retail tax generating use requirements. Not all do it the way Highland Park does. We are one of the stricter communities in terms of having a certain specified zoning district, at least on the shore.
Thank you. Councilwoman Stone.
Thanks. I would like to get the answers to some of the questions that the mayor asked previously. I thought last time we saw a report about the vacancy rates in the central business district in particular, that our vacancy rate was actually fairly low, but some of the vacancies were in some larger spaces like the Saks building. I'd also like to know how the quality and the rental rates of our retail spaces compare with our neighboring communities, because I think that may be some portion of the problem here. We made changes to reduce the POSO less than 3 years ago. The new residential construction in the downtown area has recently been completed, and there's other buildings that are currently under construction, or we just did a preliminary approval for another residential building. So there are going to be more feet on the street, which is what we were trying to do with those buildings. And just a few months ago, we expanded the allowable uses for the POSO. So I'm willing to wait and give those changes some time to work. And although we're now in a recession and a pandemic, as we transition to a new normal, I think people may be more inclined to shop and dine locally. And we've seen a lot of people out on the street walking around in town. We've seen people do curbside pickup and sort of some different options with local stores and restaurants. And I think that that may be something that will continue for some period of time or might even expand. So I'm willing to give that a try and see what happens. Highland Park is a desirable suburb in part because we have a really walkable downtown and we have a business core that a lot of other suburbs don't have. And I'm just not willing to give that up yet.
Thank you. Councilman Noble.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Thank you. I wanted to just circle back on a couple of things, and Councilman Stolberg brought it up about that Baird and Warner corner. I don't remember exactly when they came to us, but it was about a year ago, if not more, and yet it still sits vacant. So again, this is where I go. I'm ready to pull off the POSO. We're just not seeing any movement in the last couple of years when we shrunk it. So, I wanted to really specifically address the Baird and Warner request. We said no, it sits vacant. We heard these one-off requests, we filled them. I agree with Councilman Stolberg. I don't have the answer. You've asked us to play devil's advocate on either side. We don't know the answer. There is no right answer, and none of us have a crystal ball, given what COVID has just done. I appreciate what Councilwoman Stone is saying, that people are walking around, but people are also not going out, and we don't know when that's coming back. We don't know what the next step is, but we're sitting at a crossroads right this second that we have an opportunity to reinvent ourselves. So, I'll say it again. I'd like to pull it off. If we can't pull it off, I'd like to at least shrink it again. We know, I don't need anyone to tell me where the vacancies are. I know this like the back of my hand. I can tell you who the property owners are. I breathe this. I've been breathing it for 8 years. I can tell you who's misbehaved. I can tell you who fixed their properties. I can tell you the quality of the properties. I can tell you who's giving an incentive, who didn't help their tenants during COVID, and who did. So knowing that and knowing what we know about what I like to, people have said this to me, the better part of the central business district, there actually aren't very many vacancies there. The vacancies are sitting east of the track. Again, let's pull the POSO off. Let's give that property owner that owns most of those properties the opportunity to show us what he can do. With that said, I just want to touch on that B5 question for one moment. Councilwoman Stone and I had this conversation quite a while ago. I've talked about it actually with other colleagues of mine as well. I think that conversation came from property owners who said they were ready to redevelop. And we didn't ask for the entire B5 to be looked at, and I don't want to change the B5. But I think there are some properties within the B5 where we would cut them out or remove them and say, fine, you want to go do all residential there? Go do it. We know which ones they are. We know who said they wanted to assemble. I'm willing to look at those few properties we are making it easier for development. If they're still interested in development post-COVID, we'll take it. I'll take that density, because what we have heard over the years, and we did hear from Lakota, was we needed more density for feet on the street. We needed to bring those people in. Fish don't shop, to quote Adam Stolberg. I say it too. They just don't. So that's where we might get some more people from. We're seeing, we're hearing it's a hot real estate market. We're hearing it's not a hot market. We're hearing people didn't have their homes on the market during COVID, and now they do, and they're flying. And I am seeing it. I'm hearing that from realtors, but we don't know how long that's going to last. So let's give them the opportunity. If they were willing to redevelop pre-COVID and they're willing to redevelop post-COVID, great. But it doesn't mean the entire district needs to be rejiggered for this. It means it's just a few pockets. And yeah, that is my say on the other piece. And then the MedTail, I don't know where that came from. I mean, I know where it came from, and I am not in favor or against it. It's its own separate beast.
Okay, Councilman Bloomberg.
Thank you, Mayor. My first reaction is what everybody keeps saying is we don't have enough information. We do know a few things. We know that prior to the onset of this pandemic, people were shopping online more and more, and that was hurting all downtown business districts like ours. The pandemic has increased the tendency to shop online, but I don't understand how making other uses available in the downtown corridor is going to somehow help our businesses. It's going to help the landlords and make it easier to lease that space potentially, but we don't know that. I don't know whether more banks are going to want to come in, or whether what Councilman Stolberg suggests is true, that banks are not are not continuing to proliferate and that they're shrinking. We don't know these answers. If anything, while I would like to reimagine ourselves, I think doing it based on speculation, conjecture, and anecdotal evidence that we see and hear about is a poor idea. I would, at the very least, like the Plan Commission, the Plan and Design Commission, to consider this, to get some sense of what is happening with non-retail generating uses on the first floor in similar markets. We just don't know.
Do you want to hear from the BDAG as well, Business and Economic
Absolutely.
Development?
Yes, absolutely. We've just approved 2 huge developments that are bringing in hundreds of rental units, residential rental units. And the planning theory behind that, which is mirrored in what's going on at Northbrook Court, to put high density residential immediately abutting retail districts. That was the idea behind that. That's why we are excited about these new developments. That can support a downtown resurgence. It should. I don't know whether it will or not. The competition is between whether somebody is willing to walk a short distance to buy something, or whether being able to click on your computer and having it delivered is something that is now going to be unbeatable. We just don't know until we give that a chance to work, to give these 2 Albion projects an opportunity to work. So before I am comfortable doing anything, either retracting the POSO, eliminating the POSO, rejiggering things in any way, I want to know what the likelihood of these projects working is going to be. And I'd like to know really what direction, as much as we can possibly know, we're heading with non-retail generating uses like banks, like real estate companies, like insurance agencies, and a whole host of things in addition to banks that we used to be concerned about. Because at the time we did this, it was realized that when people went to these kinds of locations, a bank, a realtor, an insurance agency, they didn't go out and have lunch. They didn't go next door and shop. That's why we weren't comfortable with them in the downtown. Has that changed? I don't know. So until we have some sort of evidence basis for a decision, I would not be prepared to proceed with this in any way. I would want it to go to the 2 commissions that we've just talked about.
Thank you. Councilman Kaufman and then Councilman Holloman.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thanks. I want to thank Joel and staff for your creativity and just presenting these different alternatives to us. I know we all share the common goal of trying to address the challenges that were caused pre-pandemic in terms of the paradigm shift in retail, and also exacerbated really by the pandemic. I too, though, share the concerns expressed by a number of the members of the council and the mayor that while I understand the urge to do something quickly and quick fix, I totally appreciate that desire. I wish we had a magic solution right away. I too think we need more information. I think we're trying to do this based on our speculation, no matter how much we try to become experts on this. I would like more information. I also would like us to keep in mind that we had committed ourselves also to a holistic strategic business plan to try to address pre-pandemic concerns, and now again exacerbated by the pandemic. So I'd like us to do this kind of, obviously we want a quick solution. I don't think there's an easy quick solution, unfortunately, but I'd like us to do this either through the commission process or get some more expert insight, even additional insight to our expert staff, try to figure out what the best way, because it's not just a quick fix. There's an ongoing concern that we've had for a while that other communities share, and it's not just something driven by the pandemic. Obviously, it's a paradigm shifts that we've seen for a while that we need to address, both in the short term, obviously, but also really in the long term.
Thanks. Councilman Holloman.
So I want to bring up the fact that we were having this conversation. Councilman Noble brought this up in 2017 or 2018, what, last year?
I bring it up every year.
But we had a
Literally, I bring it.
conversation.
We had this conversation with all of us 2 years ago and said we would come
Okay.
back now. But
Right.
before COVID, I was like, is it coming back? Because we were not seeing the vacancies being filled. And right after the Baird and Warner one, after we started seeing the one-offs, the St. John's request, that's when I said, can we speed this up? And then COVID hit. That's where we are today.
Right. So my point being, this is not a short-term reactionary. We have been talking about this, and staff has been analyzing this for a long time. And I just think we're at the point where we can't afford to. It's going to be another 2 years before we see Albion's businesses come online, people move in and have those feet on the street. In that time, we are either going to see our downtown continue to lose businesses, or we can try something so that we have an option. I think it's worth trying.
Councilman Bloomberg.
I want a solution to this, but even if we were to eliminate the POSO tomorrow, businesses are not suddenly going to be moving in here and opening up. I think it is the unfortunate reality of this pandemic is things are so uncertain that it's hard to respond to it in a concrete way. We do know the conditions that were developing prior to the pandemic, and this would be, all other things being equal, an opportune time to discuss changes in the way that the downtown is zoned. But the whole purpose and the excitement, I think, of approving these two Albion projects is that they reflected the general planning thought of that moment in terms of how to improve the downtown experience, to bring more people into the downtown who don't need cars to get there. When we built Renaissance Place, the goal was to try to attract people into Highland Park who don't live in Highland Park. Whether we wanted to or not, we were competing with Northwood Court and eventually with Amazon. Now, the goal is to get people to live in Highland Park, to shop in Highland Park, to be served by their downtown. I think that has to be given a chance unless there's something objectively known or evidentiary based that suggests otherwise.
Councilman Noble.
I have a question to that end. How do we explain to our residents who literally are beating the living daylights out of all of us that these are vacancies and that they're going to just sit here? How do we explain that the vacancies are, I mean, other than with a lot of words, when they say, you know, the city's hard to do business with. You know, they don't allow all sorts of things to come in. They only want certain things, or they want other things. I just look at it and I go, we will. I don't want to beat a dead horse here. I just feel like we're missing an opportunity. But Councilman Bloomberg, to your point, I asked the mayor this earlier today. I'd like to keep this conversation moving, and the process would be is I want to see it go to the BDAG. I want more voices in this and more public participation in this particular question about the POSO. They can hear what each of us individually has said because this is now on record. I'd love to send this conversation to them, the PDC, and meaning them, BDAG and the PDC, to say, okay, you guys, it's your turn. What do you think? And let them get some more information for all the questions everybody on this, I want to say call, everyone at this meeting has asked. Have some of those questions addressed for them proactively, and let's bring this conversation back as quickly as possible. So we're not dragging. I just don't want to see this go for another year. We don't have the time. The answers, I read Crain's every single day. I'm reading the Trib Business, Sun Times Business, the New York Times Business. We're reading the trends. That information is readily available. If staff can't do it on their own, I can hand it to them because I'm constantly sending this information over to staff on a regular basis. But I would like it to go with as many voices as possible and send it through our public process for a more robust conversation so the public can then go, oh, they are talking about it.
Right. So I
can I
think
res-
at this point, actually, if you wouldn't mind, I want to take a straw poll because I think we have three options and we do have other things to talk about. Um, I think it's pretty clear that several of us sort of have a lot of questions and others are feeling the urgency more so. But to me, and Joel, stop me if I'm giving the wrong three options, but the first option I see as send these questions to the PDC and the BDAG for their input, for their recommendations. Option number two is do nothing. Option number three is take your recommendation in terms of getting rid of the POSO east of the tracks. Option number four is just getting rid of the POSO. Did I miss any options in there?
I think that covers the options that council's talked about. Yes, and that's correct.
Okay. Tony, yes.
Yeah, so in response to what you're asking, Mayor, and also in response to Councilman Noble, I agree with her 100%. I don't want to do nothing. I'm concerned about what we do at this particular moment because of how things have changed, but I totally support the idea of sending it to these two commissions quickly and bringing the conversation back. I don't want to give the impression that I've made up my mind one way or the other. I just don't feel that we have enough input. So I support the idea of sending it to these commissions, and I appreciate what Councilman Noble has pointed out. I just don't think there's anything we can do in this instant that's suddenly going to open up a bunch of stores in the downtown. So I agree, we do need to figure out what the plan ought to be, and we should do that quickly.
Okay. So everybody else, I want to know, you've four options. Do nothing, send it to the commissions, get rid of the POSO east of the tracks, get rid of the POSO. I'll just
Mayor,
run
can I
through.
Can I just make a couple of comments just for the record, just
Sure.
just to clarify a couple of things. So first, we do on a regular basis, we are looking at the occupancy rates, the vacancy rates, not only for our community, but looking at it compared to the region. So those occupancy rates come to us as a community as a whole rather than by district. So the work that we do by district is really hand counting them. And that's also how we identify how the business lease terms and condition of those properties compare to others. And so there's advantages and disadvantages. Generally, overall, in terms of occupancy rates, we are comparable to other communities with a central business district such as ours. So I don't want to paint such a bleak picture.
Right.
But as previously noted, certainly everyone has seen the shift in retail. So I think that's why we are, having these conversations and trying to be proactive to the greatest extent possible. This conversation, again, as just noted, the last time we made amendments was in 2017. We said we would revisit it in 2019, and thus it is on our work plan for this year. So those options that were presented this evening were based on feedback from the city council at our last committee of the whole meeting in September of last year on our work plan and based on feedback from the Property Owners Association. So our recommendation as staff is do go through that process where all those questions that you asked tonight, we would do comprehensive research and present them to the respective commission and advisory group. So all that information would be on the record, and then eventually it would come back to you for final consideration. Whether you do POSO or the B5 or both or either one, it's a zoning process regardless. So that's why we kind of put it all together as such.
So are you basically recommending that we do send it to the commission and the advisory group, or?
Yes.
Okay. Adam, you had your hand up.
Thanks, Mayor. I was just going to say what Gita said. I mean, ultimately, it's the cart or the horse. I mean, the zoning change is going to require going through PDC anyways. So why slap it on them on the back end? Let's let them do some of the work to assemble some of the data. If these business owners feel very strongly and can present empirical data, then it's a public meeting. Let them show up. Let them present their case to the PDC. And instead of us having this discussion and then sending it back to the PDC saying we'd like a text amendment or a zoning change or a map change, let the PDC have some skin in the game from the beginning. Let them do some of the legwork, make a recommendation to us, answer some of these questions that everybody's brought up. And I think to your point, Mayor, and I'll just speak first, the only option on the table that you present that I'm not in favor of is option one. I'm good with any of the other three because it moves the process along and it does it so that we can get some answers to help our business owners.
Thanks. Okay, Alyssa, what's your pick?
Can you remind me the option, the numbers of the options?
Option 1 is do nothing. Option
No.
2 is send it to the commissions. Option 3 is kill it east of the tracks. Option 4 is no POSO.
I mean, I want 4, but I'm going to be cooperative here. I'm going to say 2, but I want to double check something with this sending the POSO and the B5 conversation. It can't, is that what we're saying we're doing? We're going to send both things, or just the POSO?
No, I think we're just focusing on the POSO for the moment.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, option 2.
Thanks.
And that's because
Dan?
I'm trying to be cooperative.
Thank you for being cooperative. Dan?
I'm going to be cooperative as well. And I'd like to send it to the commissions for their input and consideration.
Thank you. Michelle?
I'll go with 2.
All right. Kim?
In the spirit of being cooperative, I will do it.
Thank you. And Tony, I had you down as number 2 already. And okay, so how's that for coming together? So let's hear what our commissions and our advisory group have to say, and then we will have a more informed discussion of next steps. But we are taking some step in terms of getting their input and not just leaving things where they are. We are trying to be proactive in supporting our local economy.
Hey, Mayor, thank you.
Thanks, Joel. Appreciate it. Okay, the next item on here is Zoning Board of Appeals Code and Training Discussion.
Hold on one second. Pull that up.
Can I just ask a quick question while Jill gets set up?
Sure.
When I was liaison to the zoning board several years ago, there was a discussion, there was a application that came before the board regarding a solar installation that required a side yard setback in order to be built. And at the time, because it was a hardship bar that they had to reach, they said, well, it's not really a hardship not to have a solar array in your yard. They ended up approving it, but they asked me to come back to the city council and city manager at the time to see whether that was something that could be fixed in the zoning code. And I spoke with Gita about it at the time, and we looked at other examples, but I don't think it was ever actually fixed. So as you go through this, Joel, I'm just wondering whether that's something that might be fixed as part of this whole conversation.
Yes, that is not something that I was presenting tonight, but yes, as part of our work program, and we're working with Rob Sabo and City Manager's Office with regard to SoSmart and basically making changes to the zoning code related to zoning, related to solar. And so that is an amendment that we're working on under the sustainability plan type initiative. So to come back to council for feedback on that and committee of the whole.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So
All right.
It's not necessarily that it's a variance per se, but it's changing the code such that those things could be allowed in some way. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Let's have that conversation another time, and I appreciate you raising it, Kim. Let's put that on the radar and continue on with what we have on tonight's agenda. Thank you.
I'll share my screen, Mayor. Okay, so just a quick summary. As part of the work program for 2020, staff recommends some discussion of some changes to the zoning code that would provide additional property rights to owners. The purpose of these amendments are to clarify and better organize zoning regulations to allow reasonable by right development and changes to single family and 2-family uses or properties, if you will. Again, the changes are limited to single family and 2-family uses. Broad goals of the changes are as follows. Improvements to the variation process, updates related to single family zoning district regulations that provide greater property rights, clarifications of existing regulation and alignment of code with policy and past practice. And then the fourth one is addressing the length of validity and extensions related to variance approvals. I'm going to start with number 4 first because it's a single slide and it's fairly compact consideration or discussion, and then move to the other items. So in terms of extensions, the zoning board gets about 1 or 2 of these a year, where folks don't act on the variance within the time allotted. And so thus it quote unquote expires. And so they have to reapply and be heard again and make their case again. So the changes proposed are a few. We have the 3 main ones here. 1, to change the initial duration of ZBA approvals from 12 months, which it is currently, to 18 months. And then 2, allow the ZBA to grant up to 12-month extension to that 18-month approval. And then, you know, allowing those extension considerations to just be at public meetings, no notice required. Having had a public hearing on it and had findings of fact and all that 18 months prior, they would merely be considering an extension at that point. And so the standards for extension that we're proposing are as follows: that the zoning code has not been amended in relation to the variations sought. This is really important. One of the reasons why, council, you have a limitation to these variances in terms of when they can be used, that they have to actually act on the land use rights they've been given, is so that this doesn't happen where someone has a variance for years and years and years, and then all of a sudden builds something that there are new codes and other things that would otherwise prevent. And so, provided that the zoning code has not been amended in relation to the particular variance sought, that the project is substantially the same. This is important, that they're not asking for any new relief, but you know, nothing has changed in what their request is. And then finally, that the applicant shows through, you know, circumstances or situations beyond their control that the project has not been started, or the applicant has made good faith effort to complete the project envisioned through the variance application. There are good reasons, and sometimes, you know, things are more complicated than applicants anticipate in terms of getting their architect together and getting a contractor. And I see folks take longer than they had anticipated with various types of construction projects throughout the town. Even the ones that are permitted within 12 months sometimes take longer than they expected. But in this case, we're talking about the time it takes from the time you get a variance to the time you pull that application, that permit to implement the variance, what it allows. So that's extensions. That's one set of recommendations for feedback as to whether or not council chooses to make the validity period longer and have extension standards that certainly can be met with some reasonableness. And
Do you want a response to this?
That's up to council, however you'd like to proceed on this, Mary. It might be easier because the other aspects of this have more slides and people would maybe forget on council,
Sure.
but you know.
Any comments? Councilman Stone?
Sorry, I had to unmute. I'm fine with the extension. There are things that happen, so time extensions are certainly welcome. I've had to have variances on our home because it was built in 1899 before there was a zoning code. So something I'm very familiar with. And sometimes there's a construction delay, an architect, a contractor, a recession, something like that happens. But the no public meeting or no notice required concerns me a bit because sometimes there's a change in the neighbors. You know, a house turns over next door, you'd kind of want them to know what's going on. So I don't know why it's difficult to have the notice required still for that meeting. It can be a public meeting, but it would seem that a notice needs to be required.
Okay, anybody else? No? Michelle?
Okay. And just
Dan?
I think I don't even think the zoning board needs to be involved in this. To me, this is an administrative issue. You have your permit for 18 months and then you need an extension, you go to community development, they sign off on it. I mean, this is not asking, assuming that they're not asking for anything new or a change. I mean, this is just trying to recognize that, like you said, stuff happens. So I have
It's
absolutely no
administrative.
problem with this. The no notice required makes sense to me because I don't even think this should be at, you should have to go before the ZBA for this. This will be on a public agenda. It just means that we don't have to go through the expense and the hassle of signing it, right? I mean, if what I understand here is it will be at a public meeting, which is on, it has an agenda posted for the public. So there is public notice. It's just not noticed in the way that we would where there's signage and stuff out front, right?
Right, that is correct, Councilmember Holloman. And, you know, our infill construction code requires notice to neighbors for building permits. You know, unrelated to this aspect of things, but if you apply to do infill construction, you would need to notify your neighbor. So what this would do, the idea behind this is, it is not another public hearing on the variance consideration. It's about merely extending it for these 3 proposed standards here. You know, that's it. That's all it is.
Councilman Noble?
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Holloman. I actually, truth be told, have guilt over something from 7 years ago where the people were like 1 day and they, you know, within the 12 months. I do think this is administrative. I think it certainly makes it easier to do work in Highland Park on your own home. So yeah, I just agree with Councilman Holloman if you're looking for a straw poll of this.
Okay. Others? Yes, no? Thumbs up? Not sure? Falling asleep? Dan?
Yeah, I agree with this. The only thing that gave me a little concern is about the notice requirement, but I'm okay with this. I think makes sense.
Sounds good. Okay, I'm with you guys. Thanks, Joel. Onward.
Okay, will do. Okay, so on to the other part of the proposal package, and just a project overview for this major project in the work program for this year. So this slide provides this summary of the proposed changes, and the first 2 are the focus of today's discussion, okay, with regard to some zoning changes. But the project is larger than that, and we'll be coming back to Council and Committee of the Whole with the other elements of this as well, which includes things that have to do with fences and flagpoles, particularly fences that we've heard Council talk about, ZBA talk about, and have experiences with that we think warrant some changes that make things a bit easier for homeowners and everyone. Also making some clarifications and updates in the code to coordinate with the existing policies and practices and to clarify where there's some distinctions that have been made on a consistent basis so that people can understand them more readily. Looking at the legal lot of record provisions in the code, that's a big one, and we'll come back with that as well. And so essentially, you know, there are amendments with regard to providing additional property rights by allowing new reasonable encroachments in single-family zoning districts. That's another area that we'll be coming back on. But for tonight, we're looking at the first 2 items, and that has to do with granting the ZBA authority to consider and take final action on a broader scope of zoning relief without requiring a Compiere referral. And then 2, amending the zoning variation standards to allow the ZBA more flexibility to make reasonable common sense approvals of variation requests. And so we'll talk about those 2 items tonight. So again, so there's a couple of goals: authorized variations. So ZBA is authorized to do 13 specific variation types, plus a 14th, which is frequently called the Compiere referral. And we all know the Compiere referral starts at council as a consideration in terms of whether it's referred or not, and the council decides what to do with that, whether refer it for recommendation or refer for final action, or not to refer at all, which is effectively a denial of the request. In practice, council has referred a high percentage of certain types of requests, and staff recommends that that you consider making these variations authorized. but subject to a revised, more achievable set of standards and bounded by the magnitude of the request as well, as you'll see in a moment. So let's just talk about CompER referrals and the outcome of those requests. So there's been, since 2014, there's been 24 CompER referrals. 92% have been referred by the council. Of those, 97% of all votes were in favor in terms of the referral. 91% were referred unanimously by council, or 20%, 20 of them. 8%, 2 of them were referred by less than a unanimous vote. One was a 6-1 vote, the other was 4-3. Both were ultimately approved unanimously after unanimous recommendation from the ZBA. There were 8% of the 24 overall CompER considerations that were not referred. One was by a vote of 7-0, the other was 4-3. 22 ZBA votes on CompER referrals. Of those that were referred to the ZBA, 13 were unanimous, 3 others were approved, and 6 were unanimous recommendations to council for final action. Because as I mentioned earlier, and you are well aware of, you could either refer those items to the ZBA for final consideration, or a recommendation, and that comes back to council. So in the 6 unanimous recommendations to council for final action. And to just make a note, all 6 of those items that were referred to the ZBA for recommendation, council ultimately approved also unanimously. All right, so when you see a collection of considerations like this, and we look at our zoning code over time and we say, okay, maybe there's a change that's warranted. And so this is why we seek your feedback. So proposed path for variations, there's a couple of things that I just want to set off, just remind everyone about, is that you have a set of standards for variation, and what we're talking about here is allowing certain variations by a different set of standards, and only variations involving single family, detached, and 2-family uses, essentially, properties involving those. So we're not talking about changing commercial multifamily use existing standards of approval for variances. It's really just about providing homeowners with a little more flexibility and the zoning board with more flexibility with which to decide upon and approve. So an important element of this is it's not just a free-for-all of anything goes. No, within a specified magnitude of request we're talking about here. So it's not like you can just ask for the moon and the sun and the stars, but rather something that is more bounded and it seems reasonable. So it's a constrained allowance, if you will, in terms of authority for the board. So the authorized variations, we are looking at all of them. And tonight, I'm just going to talk about a few of them just to illustrate what we're talking about. And we'll have to go and do additional work to further refine with regard to what this means for the others. But in terms of expanding authority from a CompER referral perspective, we're looking at height, legal lot of record, and decibel levels as areas in which the council might consider doing that. And where the deviation from the requirement is bounded by a percentage of whatever the requirement is for that particular property. And so it is not just granting, the ZBA unbridled authority, it's authority within a scope. The Plan Commission has a similar authority with regard to certain types of sign variances, as the council probably recalls. So this would be in the same keeping in terms of the bounded authority, if you will. We also recommend that clarification regarding that CompERs can't be used for use variations. Those should be, and as our policy and the code supports, those should be text amendments, not merely variations is our recommendation on that. So that would just clarify that. That's not really a change in our policy, but we do mention that as well. The other aspect of this, which we'll be coming back to council about, is aligning this section, the variance section, these standards, but for yards, FAR, with current practices and policies. Again, doing a similar analysis, but with regard to those types of relief as well, and providing a bounded type of authority. So again, stepping back to what we said at the outset, the goal is to provide some greater flexibility to the zoning standards. Okay, so what does that mean? The applicants will have more flexibility and the ZBA will have more flexibility to approve reasonable variations. So why would you want to do that? I will stress and remind the council that generally speaking, variances are things that should be hard to get. They are variations from the code. That is why the standards are strict in communities throughout the country. However, there are certain types of variances or certain types of requests that may not require such strict standards. It's up to the council. Council could even choose to change the code such that those are by right things. You have a lot of discretion and latitude in how you want to set your land use policy. But by structure and convention, variances are typically hard to achieve. Now, we do have in our non-zoning code, but the fence code, chapter 173, some deviations from that code actually have a set of standards that are fairly reasonable and achievable. And that's because there's a recognition that in terms of certain variances related to fence codes, that there are things that people need to do and that are recognized as reasonable, provided that you meet certain basic standards. As we're looking at zoning code here, there may be similar types of things that need a more reasonable set of standards. And so they would be minor, more reasonable changes needed to upgrade existing housing stock that may be older, or just existing period, which are not allowed by the current rules. We're looking at things that just would have the overall sense of a common sense kind of consideration. This isn't somebody trying to get away with something that is discordant from the neighborhood. It's not going to alter the character in any significant way. And so perhaps it doesn't need to be subject to such rigorous and rigid hardship standards. There's examples with regard to porches and additions and garages that are abound with regard to these things. These are things that people seek to do in various fashions and form. The changes that we're talking about here would pertain only, again, to single-family detached and two-family uses. So we're looking about property owners making reasonable changes to their property, their home. We talk about introducing two types of findings for these, quote, these subset of considerations, a mandatory set and a selective set. Now, I will make mention that, although not exactly the same, some of these ideas with regard to this aspect of the proposal were discussed in 2010. And in a package that did not pass council, it was a vote of 4-3 not to make the changes. Now, this proposal is not the same as that proposal. But I want to make mention that some of these ideas do flow from our research back to other ideas and things that were identified as possibilities to change the code. So here we have a mandatory set of findings and a selective set. And the selective set of findings is a set of findings that you must meet 2 of them, while the mandatory findings all must be met. And the selective findings are related to reasonableness, hardships, difficulties, physical, topographical, and others. But by not having all of them having to be met, you create a situation where there is some more flexibility. Applicants tend to struggle to prove, and the ZBA spends a lot more time discussing some of these standards because of their difficulty. Applicants will have more flexibility under a selective set of standards to prove a standard that they can meet, as opposed to all of them. Lastly, the title of the item here tonight is such that it does include a word about ZBA training. And if there's any feedback or discussion the council would like to have about that, ZBA members, they have the Open Meeting Act training, standard training package through the city manager's office at initial appointment, and community development meets with all appointees and to provide an overview and insights related to board and commission considerations, regardless of the board or commission. And yearly, Corporation Council does a great training at a public meeting of each of the regulatory boards and commissions, so as to provide a ongoing and repeat training to board members, so that over time they are further trained and reminded of the elements of what they do and what the importance are and how to approach their meetings and such, and the law in general. As for next steps,
I see you, Michelle. I'm going to let Joel finish his very last slide, and so
Yes,
then we will
thank you.
jump into moving on. Go ahead, Joel.
Sure. So next steps, there will be further refinement of amendments for formal consideration per council feedback, if any, on this matter, if that's what council desires, or coming back to council with additional information. Identification of additional types of relief for which new standard framework should apply to provide greater flexibility. That will be looked into, like I had mentioned. And we'll obtain ZBA feedback before formal consideration by the PDC, if any. That is something we do recommend, as they work with these standards on a regular basis, obviously, and may have some insights beyond what we have been able to glean from just our experience working with the commission, the board in this case.
Thanks, Joel.
That's it.
And this is good to see in terms of trends, or frankly, lack of trend. More to the point, as I know Councilman Holloman likes to say, we need to give people an opportunity to stay in their house. And if things change, like a need to work from home, or another child is born, or whatever the case may be, these don't look like huge breaks from our standards, but more an opportunity for them to remain in their homes without having to go through 5,000 hoops. So appreciate the presentation. Councilman Holloman?
2 quick points as liaison to the ZBA. One is that the ZBA is asking for flexibility when they're making their determinations. They have a hard time they feel that their hands are tied, and they have asked us to ask me to bring to the council their needs to have additional latitude and clarity in making decisions. So I just wanted to say that a lot of this is coming from them. Another point that they brought up is that there is no provision in our current standards that accounts for historic properties, and we've seen a bunch of them lately where people have had 100-year-old homes and they're asking for very minor variances, and they would like that feeling that, that needs to be more explicit. So I just want to bring that piece of feedback, that if you have a historic home that's on a lot that was built 100 years before there was zoning, like Kim's, then it's really hard to you want to enclose a porch or do some minor thing to keep your house up to date. There's nothing in the code that currently accounts for that and gives them that flexibility to consider those. So that was another one that I promised them I would bring specifically to the council. Just want to make sure that kind of makes it into the consideration. And finally, the education and training. We get a lot of great training, but we also see people who are coming onto the ZBA and sitting in on their first meeting and suddenly opining on things without any other training. So the idea there was that, could there be a requirement that maybe you need to attend 3 ZBA meetings before you formally take your seat? Realizing that sometimes there's vacancies and it can't be avoided, but that on-the-job experience is valuable, and that maybe we could codify that somehow. So I just wanted to shed some light on the training part of that.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Councilman Stone.
Yeah, as the former liaison a couple people ago, I like that idea of having some on-the-job training and having people attend a few meetings before getting appointed to the commission. I think that's a great idea, because it is sort of a different sort of animal than others. So I just wanted to clarify one thing, Joel. The different standards that you're proposing, this is just for things that fall within those guidelines, that limited scope?
Yes. So what we would talk about, here tonight, we were talking about some height, legal out of record, and decibel level, and up to 15% for the first 2 and 10% for the decibel level. And what this goes to is things that are generally by the homeowner and even the ZBA, where they're struggling and say, gee whiz, our hands are tied, which ZBAs throughout the country say that when they get these things. And how could we have more reasonable standards for such things? Well, this would provide that. The thought that, there's some relief that, is it really more than just de minimis? I think this is really something that is reasonable. And so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So this is not for the enclosing a porch or a structure repair?
Now, there are other ones that we are going to come forward with, and what we're doing is, this is an example of 3. There are other ones that we are looking at to see what the history of approvals has been, to kind of gauge what would be a reasonable bounded authority that the council might consider. So there'll be others, but this gives you an example, and to find out from the council what your feedback is before doing that type of work.
So of that list of revisions to the standards, there was just one that I had a concern about, which was in the selective findings, number 1, which was that the hardship shouldn't be self-created. I feel like that should remain mandatory. That to me is kind of an important point, to make sure that it's not a self-created hardship.
I think that's a very difficult standard, though, to define.
Yeah,
right?
because
If your
That's the
family
toughest-
grows,
that's
you
the one-
created that, I mean, where are you?
right.
It
It's
just
the
seems
most,
like an awfully slippery slope.
it is the most, if I may, Mayor, it's the most common hardship standard in zoning codes, but it's old. And it's a child of the 50s or earlier, when zoning first was truly starting to form. So many things today have become arguably self-created, but perhaps not. And it is probably the primary issue that the ZBA struggles with in terms of a standard, not just the Highland Park zoning board. I see this in all of the towns. And so I would say, while it is a common standard in zoning codes, it is universally the most controversial standard for ZBAs.
I agree, Steve, and yeah, it is problematic, and that's why we suggested making it a selective standard as opposed to mandatory.
Great, thank you. All right, Councilman Bloomberg, and then we're going to go jump into the economic impact of COVID before we all fall out of our chairs. Go ahead.
Great. I like a lot of these suggestions, recommended changes. I just want to be on record. I'm uncomfortable, though, with the idea of reducing or eliminating those matters that we consider making compare referrals on. I'm just not ready to do that. I mean, things like height variances and other significant variances that are sought that normally we would have to decide upon. I can foresee once in a while things getting out of hand and not wanting to make the compare referral. I think that's something that should remain with us. Our ability to hear something and decide to refer it is not burdensome on us. We've gone through most of those things very rapidly when they've come before us.
Understandably so, but it does incur an investment by the person who's making the application. It takes time. It can delay things by 6 weeks or whatever the case may be. So I look forward to the report coming back, Joel. I think this was more informative. You're not looking for any decisions from us at this point. And we'll gather more information from the input that we'll receive going forward.
So Mayor, we can do additional work to talk about other elements, but the 3 that we talked about here, it was a bounded authority for the ZBA. I just wanted to be clear on that. Was that the context you were speaking in with Councilman Bloomberg?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then understood.
I understood that. I'm just putting that out there. We don't need to have a long discussion about it.
I understand. So we will do additional work to identify trends, if you will, and identify relief that we think might be reasonable to have these types of standards that are more flexible and come back to council with that. Would you like us to have a discussion with ZBA informally, the folks who administer, if you will, through their decisions, this code with us?
I would. Do others?
Okay,
Yes.
I'm seeing 3 heads nodding, 4 heads, 5 heads. Okay, 6, 7.
Okay.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay,
All right.
thank you very much.
Thanks. Our last item for the committee of the whole is a COVID-19 economic impact report. Michelle's shaking her head.
I think it's really late to have a critical discussion like this.
I think it's important that we have the data, though, given where we are. And I know Gita is so competent that she will give it to us, and then we will move on with their evening. So thanks. I'm going to ask that we
Have the
continue
data
on.
in our
Just give me one moment, Mayor. I'm just. Okay.
So Mike, we are not going to have the public commenting. Were you wanting to comment on the ZBA or on the public, the finance, the economic impact? This is the committee of the whole, and so we're just going to hear a report. And you are certainly welcome to email us after we have this report. Thanks for your understanding. Go ahead, Gita, Julie, everybody.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Gita, would you like me to share the screen?
Not yet, Julie. Let me just kind of just give an overview for public information, and certainly the council is well aware. So as the council knows, in March, our staff began evaluating the economic impact of the COVID pandemic on the city's budget. We did receive guidance from professional associations. We considered the impact of the 2009 recession on the city's budget at that time and the length of years that followed on our economy. And really, we reviewed every single line item in the city's fiscal year 20 budget and associated 10-year capital improvement plan as we evaluated the impact of the pandemic. A number of actions immediately took place, which are still in effect today. We have positions that are vacant as a result of resignations and retirements. We are holding those positions vacant unless they are deemed absolutely necessary. We withheld merit increases for all employees, really despite the fact that most of these employees have been working since the onset of the pandemic as essential workers. We implemented a furlough for management personnel. The city council has donated back their salaries to the city. Non-essential purchases or expenses were eliminated effective immediately or are being postponed. And the costs that we have incurred as a result of the pandemic to manage our operations are being offset by reductions in operating expenditures. So those initiatives you will not see in the presentation this evening, but just wanted to note them for public purposes. For public information, we did develop a list of assumptions that were reviewed by the City Council for their concurrence. We prepared revenue estimates for fiscal year 20 as well as 21, and accordingly began identifying reductions in expenditures. We did provide an economic impact report to the City Council at the last Committee of the Whole meeting. And this evening, we'd like to do is just focus on the operating and capital cuts in the fiscal year 20 budget, and then reviewing major capital projects. We can go through this quickly if you like. For the public's information, we've been having one-on-one conversations with the City Council. So what's reflected on the screen that we will show should not be anything new to the City Council. It will be new to the public, and we can certainly make this PowerPoint presentation available to the public. But based on staff recommendations, one-on-one council feedback, we are bringing forth this plan to reduce our budget in accordance with the projected impacts of the pandemic on the city's budget. I do want to thank all of our senior staff members who are here that'll just give highlights of their respective departments. They, along with all of our supervisors, have really put together, in essence, a new budget in a short period of time, all the while managing the city's operation during this pandemic. So I'd like to just recognize them, and really a special thanks to the City Council, because this has been a challenging time, and we appreciate tremendously your feedback and your support as we have continued to provide what I believe are exceptional services to the public. If any funds are discussed this evening that you would like us to keep in the budget, I would just respectfully ask that you give us time to come back with additional possible cuts. Just again, given the financial impact of this pandemic on the budget. So we can do that at the next meeting. If there is support, we would move forward with a budget amendment at the next city council meeting. So that'll gives an overview. And then Julie, if you can put the PowerPoint on now, and we'll get to that next slide. And then you can jump to slide 3. Yeah, just put it on presentation mode.
My screen, it's on presentation mode. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
What are you seeing? I'm sorry.
We're seeing everything all around it, but that's fine. For the essence of time, we can just.
Okay, I don't know. For some reason, I keep messing this up. I apologize to you and to the staff and the city council. Okay, so as Geeta mentioned, this is what we're going to be covering this evening.
You can just go to 3 because I did the agenda.
I know, I'm sorry, my screen is frozen here. I apologize.
Julie, I think if you go to the slideshow up at the top, there should be a drop-down menu on that.
It says presentation.
Yeah.
I go to the slideshow at the top. Sorry.
See the
at
menu.
the top of the Zoom or the top of the PowerPoint?
No, the top of the PowerPoint.
Top of the
Yeah, I mean, I was in slideshow. It's just, it keeps freezing. So I apologize. Let me try this one more time.
One of our attendees has asked if we are posting this for the public to see.
Yes, we will. Yes.
Okay, will that be, where will that be if they want to find it tomorrow on the city website?
It will be in the, we'll put it on the finance page as part of our finances, and then we can include a link in the e-news as well as social media when we give a recap of the city council meeting.
Okay. Julie, we can see it well enough. It's not perfect, but you know, it gets us the info and no sweat.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am not able to switch the slides. So Geeta,
Oh,
I'm wondering if
frozen.
we should switch because my screen is frozen for some reason. So would you be able, can I stop sharing and can you open it and share? I apologize.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can I start? Okay, so as Geeta had mentioned, we last met with you in May at the Committee of the Whole to discuss the revenue impacts, indicating that for 2020, we expected revenue to be $8 million lower than the 2019 ongoing revenue and $10 million lower than the 2020 budget. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Oh, I'm on operating expenditures reduced. Are you seeing that?
My screen was frozen again. I apologize. Can you please go back? I don't know. I'm having some kind of back. There we go. Okay. So the city's response has been to obviously to seek financial assistance, and we've spoken to City Council about that at the last City Council meeting, and that it's an ongoing effort, reducing operating expenditures and delaying or deferring capital projects. Now, based on these pandemic impacts of city revenues, the city manager issued general fund cost reduction targets required to retain fund balances at target at a minimum. For operating expenditures, each department was issued an 11% reduction target, except for police and fire, who who were each issued 6% reduction targets. For capital expenditures, staff were given reduction targets by fund totaling $5 million for fiscal year 2020. And staff submitted cost reduction proposals to the city manager, which fully meet the cost reduction targets for both operating and capital expenditures. And the expenditure reductions that are being proposed this evening are only those reductions which staff are ready to act on should City Council concur. Next slide, please. So the operating expenditures that are being proposed this evening are a total $1.5 million, as listed here on the slide. For the city manager's office, the reduction would be approximately $622,000. For the finance department, approximately $291,000. For the police department, almost $30,000. For the fire department, almost $43,000. For community development, $91,500. For public works, $438,000. For commissions and boards, almost $12,000. And finally, for the insurance fund, almost $9,000, totaling expenditures in excess of $1.5 million.
And again, Mayor, this does not include those personnel vacancies, like position vacancies that we're already experiencing those savings. So this is above and beyond that.
Okay.
So for the finance department proposal for reducing $291,000, it's as listed on this slide, significantly being driven by those top 5 factors that are shown on the slide. Postponing handset replacement and system upgrade. The city's phone system is nearing end of life, and we have been, replacing handsets as they break. We would postpone to continue that process. We would recommend to continue that process and postpone a replacement of the system for a 1 to 2 year period. Reducing workers' compensation expenditure by $70,000. Each year in the budget process, staff assesses what the workers' comp risk is to the city and budgets for that in the annual budget this year. Halfway through the year, as we reassess our risk here, we believe that there is potentially $70,000 that we could reduce without additional risk to the city. Gita, did you just move the slides?
Oh, yeah. Are we on commissions or no?
No, we're
All
still
right.
on finance. Sorry. Sorry. Postponing electric content management implementation scanning for $50,000. The city has been implementing ECM across the departments for several years, and this reduction would postpone the implementation in the departments that are scheduled for 2020 and for 2021. Postpone the management service portion of the SIM that the city is going to be implementing in 2020. That's for a $50,000 reduction. Although we would implement the SIM, we would have staff be responsible for the monitoring aspect until such time as we were able to implement a managed service. And then the City Council has previously repealed city stickers, and the next item, the $19,200, is reducing the costs related to that. And then the remainder, making up the $291,000, is significantly professional development and training and travel related costs, with staff kind of concentrating on no and low cost training alternatives for the next 2 years. Next slide, please. For the commissions and boards, there are several commission boards for which we have recommend some smaller reductions that are listed here, significantly related to for the Transportation Advisory Group, reducing requested studies and signs. For several of the commissions, reducing seminars and training and conference attendance. For the PDC, reducing the food budget since we didn't have a time change there, so that particular budget isn't needed. And then reducing some furnishings and equipment for a total of $12,000. Next slide, please, and we'll move on to the city manager's office.
Thank you. Most notably in the city manager's office at the top there, you'll see a reduction of $250,000, which reflects a directly offsetting revenue. The grant that we provide to the Highland Park Community Foundation, which is paid for through revenue we receive from Ravinia Festival admissions fees. With Ravinia Festival season canceled, those funds are not coming in. However, we still do have $50,000 budgeted to be given to the Community Foundation, which is aligned with the amount of money that the city has historically contributed through the Cultural Arts Commission and the Human Relations Commissions. We've also reduced, working with Corporation Counsel, we've identified certain cost drivers within our legal budget that we've been able to reduce. So thank you, Corporation Counsel Elrod. We've proposed a reallocation of $50,000 from the Sustainability Fund. This is coming from fund balance. It's not a reduction in the budget in the Sustainability Fund. The revenue source for the $50,000 is the commercial franchise fees paid by the businesses on their refuse bills. And we are using those funds to directly offset expenses within our business development office. A few other highlights. This year, we've canceled our 4th of July celebration and festivities, as well as the in-person music festival, and deferred a Taste of Highland Park event that we were working on, as well as the business summit. Going through down on some of the more narrow line items, a few highlights. We have postponed a citizen survey, which was intended to garner feedback from the community. That was an about $14,000 expenditure. We've postponed certain conferences, trainings, as well as software implementations within our HR division. We've also proposed a suspension of the Sister City stipend for 2020, and also have presented a reduction in our Highlander production to a bi-monthly. We've had a large uptake in subscribers to our e-news as well as social media. And so we find that we're doing a great job of getting our word out through electronic means, and tapering back the in-print newsletter has allowed us to reduce some of our expenses as well. I'm happy to answer any questions on any of the other line items, but that's just an overview of some of the city manager's office.
Great, thank you.
Okay, for the police department, I'll just talk about a couple of them. The first line, the training, it's really mostly for professional development, so it's not training that's required or would adversely affect public safety related issues. With respect to the CALIA accreditation membership, the department's been working on our 6th reaccreditation, so it's important to note that our policies are currently based on an existing CALIA standards and our law enforcement best practices. So we've got all the policies that really mirror all of the CALIA standards. And so the savings there is really in the staff position that we have not replaced due to a retirement. And then moving down, Socrata's software that would really enhance our online delivery of crime statistics, but we do post our crime statistics quarterly, and we can continue to do that for the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Larry?
Yes, again, I'll just go over a couple quick ones here. We could defer, our physicals. We usually do those in October, so we just go a few months into January and then schedule them then for the next budget. Some hose replacement, pancake breakfast. That one might have been harder to do anyways in October, maybe. But let's see, dive team suits, and then again, also us with accreditation. That fee there is just to belong to it, but the hours that we have to put into it are just unbelievable, and the budget just can't support it right now. So that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Joel?
For community development, Mayor, we're looking at a few things. Suspending essentially contract services related to our peak demand staffing in terms of clerical services. That's the top line. Suspend record scanning and disposal services. As you know, we have a multi-year project to scan files and then properly dispose of that so that we do not have an excess buildup within our office space of files. We're going to suspend those as well. Defer procurement of architectural services for PDC design review. This is something that came out of a council retreat and that we were going to implement this year, but have deferred that as well. Reduction in contract inspections as development slows down. So too is the need for specialty inspections or other peak demand services and inspections. Suspending conferences in person, reducing clothing, and deferring furniture purchases and some supplies. Madam Mayor, that's all for community development. That equals 92,000 approximately.
Great, thank you. Ramesh?
Mayor, members of the council, I know nothing better to do than talk about snow, so I'll just sort of kick off.
So it won't snow. Is that how we're saving a big chunk of change?
No, I think what we said, like, you know, we plan for January, February, March, and also November and December. So we're, so as you know, this year we did not, in terms of the hand shoveling, those are the employees who come out, contracted employees who come out and clean up the downtown and all the train stations. So, our hope is that we
Ramesh, I can barely hear you.
Right.
Oh. Can you hear? A little better?
Not great.
No? Oh. How about now? Still not good?
Okay, well, just talk louder. That's
okay. All right. So on the contractual hand shoveling, that was a big chunk. So January, February, March, we did not have that much snow for that particular event. So that's why we were able to save. We still have 50,000 left for the year, for the month of November and December. And the snow hauling, this is again the items. Snow hauling is like when we haul the snow away from the downtown districts. Again, we did leave some amount for the month of November, December. And again, the other big item for public works is the holiday tree lights. We are, that's the $60,000. That's for the labor to install the lights. And then this year, our plan is to not do that. Can we light up few trees? Because we did string last year, we can. So it's not like we're going to completely eliminate it, but we're just saying that, we're not going to light up all the trees because of this differ. All the other budget cuts, Mayor, are mainly forestry and some downtown banners and light poles. Basically, we're just deferring it for next year. There are all some minor stuff, but nothing major.
Okay.
But those are the three major.
Great, thank you.
So those are the operational impacts. And then the next thing that we'd like to go through is the $5.1 million of reductions in capital versus what was budgeted for 2020. Of that, about $2.5 million is in the general fund and about $2.4 million in the capital fund and almost $200,000 in the equipment fund. So that takes our capital budget for 2020 of approximately 17.5 million down to approximately 12.4 million, or a 29% reduction in the capital. Next slide, please.
I'll go over this, Mayor, and the council. That's the general fund, which is primarily for us in public works. That's the facilities, forestry, and engineering. Typically, those are the three sections that represent the general fund. As you can see, the big ones are the fuel station. We are just deferring that. That's our fuel station at the public works. We did apply for the grant for the fast track. And then the other major project is the parking decks expansion joints. Again, we are, now that doesn't mean that, we are not keeping an eye on it. We are doing our structural inspections to ensure that, that the structure is safe. So we are just deferring some of these projects. We'll have a backup slides that provide some details on some of these projects. but in essence, facilities had 2.2 million, and pretty much almost $2 million we are deferring due to, again, general fund taking a big hit. Again, all these projects, none of them are, maybe the next slide will provide, Peter. As you can see, we are ensuring that the life safety aspects of the buildings are all covered. And then again, some of those HVAC replacements, interior and exterior, we are just deferring those projects. Those are the ones that come to like almost $2 million. And the bike walk, that's the other one with under general fund. Some of the major projects that we are deferring, which is like, some of these are smaller items, but important items that we have been budgeted over the years, but we're just deferring them. The First Street and Elm Street to be, if you recall, our plan is to put an island on the north side so that both, when two cars are heading southbound, they both can see that the cross traffic does not stop. So, it's an intersection improvement. Again, we are also applying for grant. We do get the grant, and we will proceed with that.
Ramesh, what does it mean by no life safety projects? Aren't those usually sort of?
Right. What I meant by like all the life safety critical projects, we are doing it. So these are, what we are saying is none of these projects that we have been deferred are considered life safety.
Got it. Okay. So we are continuing to do life safety. Thank you.
Absolutely.
These cuts don't reflect any language.
Right. Gotcha. Thank you.
On the capital fund, this is the other fund that took major hit, and for the capital fund projects, Mayor and the council, it's primarily streets related. So as you can see, some of the resurfacing, this is our bread and butter, this is where we take care of all the asphalt streets based on the ratings that we have, and also include some of the concrete streets. So, so these are the projects that we have deferred, again, because general fund and capital fund took the big hit. On all those grant funded projects on the bridges, we are just, we are deferring some of the design projects. So the grant funding is still available. We are not, we're not going to lose any of the grant money. It's just that we are deferring some of these projects. Equipment replacement, I'll just talk about it unless somebody wants to chime in. But as you can see, it's primarily, some of the cars and some of the IT projects. I think the one that Julie mentioned for the operating, some of they also transfer to the capital. So just postponing those projects. Some of the major facilities, I think, council, you guys are aware of, fire station, we had to move it from 2021 to 2022 because of the impacts we have. And then the senior center relocation, we just moved it 1 year. But from now till 2024, we are going to slowly migrate some of the projects, some of the programs and all. Once the senior center opens, our plan will be continue to move some of those projects. And also, as you all know, Catering by Michaels, is also promoting the special events and other catering. So those are going to continue at the Highland Park Country Club.
And so for the fire station, as the council is aware of the approval of the construction management contract this evening. So we will get all the planning and design work complete, stopping short of the public process, and then we'll have it ready and then move forward the year before construction.
Okay.
And then some of the big notable projects, Mayor, as you know, Clavey Road. I know that there was some discussion among council to so just I'll just give you perspective. The Clavey Road, it is still a 2 construction project. Remember, we have to do a complete bridge reconstruction, and we have to do that with 1 lane open. So Forest Avenue, where we completely shut down and detoured the entire thing, took 5 months. So with 1 lane being open, it will take 6 to 8 months for the bridge itself. So what our plan is, because CMAP, we are getting funding from 2 sources. One is the IDOT, which is providing the bulk of the grant fund. And then we have this STP or the CMAP funding. They are the ones who are short of money and made us break this project into 2 contracts. And we plan to do it in succession. The first contract that's going to go out in January for a construction start in like April or May is to get the bridge work done next year. Hit it hard, get the bridge work and the water main done. And then in 2022, we're gonna do our roadway and the bike path, the 8-foot side path. This project has 4 critical elements, and again, the bridge work, the road work, the side path, and of course the water main. So we want to hit 2 of them in 1 year and 2 of them in 2 years. Even if city funds the whole project by itself, it is still going to take that long because there's always that winter shutdown. We don't want to start the project and have it shut down. Let's say we award it right now. Let's say somebody gives us $10 million. We start the project right now. It's going to take us 2 to 3 months just to get the contract and all the approvals. And then we got only 2 months before we're going to have the winter shutdown. So majority of the work will anyhow happen in 2021. And then it's going to push again to 2022 because, again, the bridge, because of the 1 lane, we need to keep it open on the bridge. That's taken the biggest chunk of our time to get that bridge work done.
Is there any chance that the state will not have the money to cover a portion of this? Is like by virtue of the delay, are we costing ourselves more and are we putting our funding at risk?
No, I think so far, Mayor, I think we have more confidence on the state side than on the CMAP side. CMAP is the one who took away our funding of like almost 1.5 million, and that made us push this for 1 more year. State was ready to go this year, so we were confident with the state money. It was the CMAP portion that got pushed because all of a sudden, all the 6 counties decided to just do all their project, and CMAP was caught doing that project.
Gotcha. Michelle?
So Ramesh, the total cost of this project is $10 million is what you're saying?
10 million is the current councilman, and then we have our water main, we have to pay our own. But the grant, yes, the grant is 10 million. City portion is 2 million, 8 million coming from the IDOT and CMAP.
Right, and so you were saying that it's 1.5 million coming from CMAP or whatever you're calling that?
CMAP. Yeah.
CMAP. So here's my concern. We have delayed and delayed and delayed this project, and now we're delaying it again over $1.5 million. This is a critical artery in the city, and we have an opportunity to do something in a season when we don't have Ravinia Festival. This is a missed opportunity, and it has been delayed and delayed and delayed, and there's always a different reason for that. And I'm concerned that we're delaying this over a very minimal funding amount versus the gain that we would be presumably reimbursed for. We're just fronting the money that we would need instead of going forward. So I'm concerned about losing the state of Illinois funding. I'm concerned about the opportunity cost. And I'm frankly concerned about the continuous delays on this project in a road that is just not even navigable on a bicycle. And we are seeing an increase in bike traffic. This is a major connection if you're going east and west. And I don't see why we are being held up by $1.5 million. I really don't.
Councilman, just to clarify, our original plan was the construction was done in 2021 to begin with. It was never in.
No, our original plan, Ramesh, was to construct it in 2018 or 2019, right?
That is correct, right. But
so
again,
our original plan was to do this years ago. And so I understand you've explained, why this has been delayed, but at some point, we just have to do the construction. And in my opinion, we're missing an opportunity with the decrease in traffic and Ravinia Festival. And I'm terribly disappointed that we can't pull this off in a time like this.
So we have been waiting for the other grant agencies. So just so the public knows, it hasn't been the city delaying it. We've been meeting every deadline that we've been given. It's been either between the state and CMAP. So we certainly can, move forward on our own. The challenge that we have at this point in time is it would take a couple of months to actually get under contract, get bids. By the time we start construction, we don't have much left of yet this season. So, and anyway, at least for right now, what we were planning is construction to take place next year.
Right, but what's going to happen in the fall when you come to us and say, oh, well, we don't have this or that, and we're not going to be able to bid this out, and it's not going to start in the spring? Like, at some point, even if you have to start and stop, like, it has to start. It keeps getting pushed back, and I have no confidence that the bidding process is going to take place in the time frame that you're saying, so that we actually see this done in the spring. So I guess I'm looking for reassurance that you're actually going to be able to do something in the spring, because
Well-
we haven't seen that.
So do we, I mean, we have contracts with the state and with other agencies that this will get started, right? That's my understanding.
Mayor, I understand Councilwoman, Councilwoman Holloman's concern, but if again, I'm not saying that just because of our project, but if you talk to any other municipality, everybody who has CMAP, Mayor, you're on the CMAP board, I can guarantee you, when you talk to the liaisons, this is.
But then I guess, Ramesh, then the feeling comes that if CMAP is really the agency that's, this $1.5 million is holding up a $10 million project that is essential to the city, then I guess I'm looking for a more creative solution that says, hey, you know what? You come to the council and say, we need an extra $1.5 million to get a $10 million project done, and we'll get paid back when when they get around to it. But we might have to front that money. I just feel like if they were the bulk of the funding, it would be one thing, but this is a very small portion of the overall total, and we're delaying an essential improvement on water, and streets, and bike paths, like over $1.5 million. I don't understand why we can't figure something else out at this point.
Interestingly, though, you raised 1.5 million, and here we are going through where staff has cut 1.5 million just right out of the gate in operating funds. And then on top of that, we're cutting all of these capital projects. I understand the frustration, believe me, because that's a regular route that I take. And I understand the desire to get this thing done. But I think we need to remember that we're under this cloud of not even having revenue to run our operations the way we historically have.
Right. And I would argue that we can also take the additional money that we're spending on pensions, and we could put that into this project, because there's a whole reason for that. But right now we're overspending on pensions, and we don't need to do that. We can spend the required amount instead of overspending, and we could fund this project. But this project is just a loan, basically. We're getting the money eventually, right? It's just, we're just asking the city to front it out of a general fund and get paid back from it.
No, it won't work. I mean, we cannot say that, hey, CMAP, you don't have the funding now, you're gonna pay us later. It has to be, right, it has to be part of the project. But again, I don't think we're gonna gain anything, right, in terms of the construction, because, in terms of, right now, again, I mean, I understand the frustration and delay, but right now, as of today, talking to both CMAP and IDOT, there are no indications that this project, I mean, we are submitting our plans in August for a January 2021 letting. That is set in stone right now. And then the second phase will be the November 2021 letting. So we have talked to IDOT, we have talked to CMAP, the funding is there, and I have no reason to believe that as of now things gonna defer. So we are on schedule. In essence, we are on schedule to do this project as we were last year, because we said the 2021 and 2022 construction. I don't see anything moving from that perspective. Right now, we are still on those 2 years of construction, even with this schedule. Sorry, Councilman Bloomberg.
So as I understand it, and as I recall, we weren't actually going to start construction this summer.
That is correct.
Although we have the unique opportunity of no Ravinia, and it would be nice to be able to start the construction with that opening, so to speak, in traffic patterns, that was never going to happen this year.
That is correct.
Okay, so the delay, there is no delay. This is not under the deferred projects. This is you just noting this is where we are. And okay, so let's continue on. This meeting is like becoming a marathon, and I think we need to wrap suckers up.
So some good news on the Sheridan Road, pedestrian pathway, mayor and the council. We did get a letter from the IDOT saying that even though they said it's in their 5-year project for that IDOT bridge project, they have now tentatively scheduled it for 2023. So that is a good news. At least we now have a year set by IDOT. So when they're going to do their bridge project, we are going to do our sidewalk at the same time. And they also agreed to include our pedestrian sidewalk in their project. So that is even good news because then there'll be one contract. And as you know that we are also putting in a sidewalk on Cary, just a partial sidewalk to connect to the pedestrian bridge because there are a lot of residents who cross from west to east. So that portion of the sidewalk will also be done. So that's a good news on that project. And then just the grant applications, as you know, we continue to apply for grants. The ones that we already got some money, that's the Metra grant. Last, we took it to the council. So we are getting almost $200,000 for the St. John station. We're also getting $200,000 from SMC for some of our storm sewer projects. As part of this Rebuild Illinois, we are going to apply for quite a bit of projects. The ones we just mentioned, like our resurfacing project, which we applied under fast track. We're going to apply for the fuel station. We're going to apply for the parking decks. We are also applying for there's a reverse siphon that has been postponed for a long time. We plan to apply for that project. So close to 9 projects we plan to apply under Rebuild Illinois. We are hopeful on that fast track we'll get some application. So let's hope some of those grant applications will be successful. So Manny and his staff have been taken this enormous task of doing these grant applications. These are pretty tedious projects, and so I think we are we hope that we're going to hit some of these grants. We've been applying a lot of grants lately.
So in addition to the cost reductions themselves, what we wanted to discuss with the City Council is the impacts to the actual budget calendar for 2021. Given we're only starting to realize the revenues now from the pandemic period, the staff is proposing that we actually push the budget process back a month so that we have a little bit more insight on what revenue is for 2020 before we move into budgeting for 2021. So for the sake of time, I'll move down to the 1, 2, 3 to the 4th line on this schedule. And basically what happens is I'm sorry, the 3rd line, sorry, not the 4th line. We move the time frame that we would issue a draft budget document for the council by about 3 weeks. And then at the end of the process, though, the dates cannot change because they're either based on, the meeting time frame that the city has or statutory dates. So because we pushed the beginning about a month and the end has to stay, it means the middle of the process gets condensed. And the next few steps is how it gets condensed. The next thing is that we would have a meeting on September 29th where we would capture the items included that are on the slide there. I won't read them all out, but we would normally have covered those in 2 meetings, one in April and one in August. We would move on to continue to offer optional individual one-on-one meetings between the city council members and Geeta and I, but that would move by about 2 weeks. It would move from September 14th to the 25th to September 28th to October 9th. We would then ask for the draft comments or the comments from the city council on the draft by October 9th. And then the next item, again, is where we see condensing in the schedule that at an October 23rd committee of the whole meeting, we would discuss the budgets for all of the departments rather than splitting that over two committee of the whole meetings, one in September and one in October. And then from there to the end of the year, the calendar stays the same because it needs to stay the same. So next steps, based on what we presented today, would be to implement the cost reductions as presented, monitor the monthly revenue to determine if the actual revenue is going to be realized as we anticipate the economic impact, continuing to track our pandemic expenditures, continuing to seek financial assistance, and then if any funds are recommended to be retained in the budget, staff will present alternative expenditures to be considered for deferral or elimination at a future meeting. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions or comments that the City Council may have of any of us.
One comment, and I don't know how you handle this, given that we need the data, we need the real-time data. But previously there were, not with you, Julie, obviously, but years ago, the budget was always sort of pushed to the last minute so that there was no room for people to have input. And I know that's not the goal whatsoever, that this is really reflective of the challenging times and trying to have a true sense of what the trends are before we make important decisions. I fully recognize that. But I think as much communication in real time as possible would be appreciated. I understand the need for and appreciate the need for structure, but I want us to be sure to be as communicative as possible throughout this process in ways in which maybe we can get some breathing room at the end versus really compressing. I do want to make sure that the high holidays are accounted for in this schedule. I think there might be a little bit of a conflict. So appreciate, I should have started with thank you. Appreciate all of the hard work. Appreciate what every single member of the senior staff has been doing in an effort to meet these challenging economic situations that we're dealing with. And thank you for putting this difficult piece and budget together. I know everybody's trying to think out of the box, and just want us to keep it as fluid and open and communicative as possible, so we don't end up in a situation where we're making decisions that we're not happy with because it's the last minute.
Sure. And just to speak to that a little bit, Mayor, because we have done a lot of pre-planning at this point, right? The City Council has seen, a view of what 2021 may look like already. So, we are anticipating budgets are going to be flat to down. We are going to be anticipating that revenue is not going to be as strong as we have seen in prior years. So the City Council really wouldn't be looking at it, for the first time when they do get it. And it was really important for us to maintain that period where the City Council can meet with Gita and I one-on-one, so that you do have that time to comment and give that feedback, and we can incorporate that into the budget. We really wanted to make sure we saved that and didn't eliminate that. That week itself is not condensed. It's just moved to a different time period, but we wanted to really retain that.
Right. And you want it to be based in reality. You can't do it too soon, because then it's just a waste of time.
We're trying to.
Right. It really, it's threading a needle this year. There's no question. I think it's also absolutely vital that we communicate to the public what we are dealing with, what our efforts are, what we've done in the past. We've been very conservative, very careful, very frugal in the past. This isn't because of any kind of frivolity, but rather just a huge reduction in revenue. So I think it's important that we communicate that well to the public and have it be almost an ongoing conversation with them, as you are having an ongoing conversation with us. Because I know we've made them very used to a certain way of things being done. And unfortunately, for the short term at least, we are all going to have to recognize that we're dealing with just fewer resources.
And I just approved the financial results today, and it will start to become apparent as you see the financial results for May that will be issued shortly. There is more red on that report than you've ever seen before. And so there's a couple of, upticks in the revenue, but, it's only a half a month of some of those revenues because, the pandemic started obviously, or the stay-at-home order started March 15th, but you and the public will start to see that now as we issue the May results.
And given that most normal people don't look for those reports, I just, in our broader communication with the public, and not to say that we're not normal, Julie, but we love the details. We know where to look. I think regular folks who are living their lives and trying to figure out how to move forward need to hear from us in a very straightforward, summarized fashion. Here's where the trends are, heads up in terms of our budget, if that makes sense to you. Kim, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, just one quick thing. You mentioned the high holidays, and so I looked at the calendar, and in fact, the Yom Kippur is right a couple days after we're supposed to get the budget. So it's right in the middle of that time frame. So just take a look at that calendar. And I appreciate everything you've all done to try and cut these expenses. So thank you.
Ramesh has his hand up.
Yeah, just want to count Councilman Holloman's like 1.5 million from the CMAP is for 2021. Plus, they're also going to give us more money on the 2022 for the Clavey Road. So 1.5. I just want to clarify that that was for the 2021. So it's not like CMAP is still giving us more money, but for the 1.5 that they deferred was the from 2020 to 2021. That's all.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? And Julie, thank you for this report. I think we've worn everybody out.
I'm so sorry. May I just really quick? I do want to recognize, I think Terry Olean is on the line. We had indicated to her that we were presenting this economic impact report. And so I just want to make sure, because I know she's interested in reporting back to the Community Foundation Board as it pertains to the funding that they may receive from the city for this year. So again, because Ravinia Festival is not having a season, we did, our recommendation is to remove the $250,000 out of the budget, but retain in there $50,000 that would be given to the Community Foundation to advance their mission and goals. So I just want to make sure the council is comfortable with that, or if there's any feedback.
I think Adam just said, sure.
I know. I said I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Alyssa and then Kim. Yes, Alyssa, but you have to unmute.
I was getting the unmute, sorry. No, I feel actually really strongly about it. I'm good with it. Our funds are diminished, so are the not-for-profits that serve our community and actually partner with us. So I feel very strongly about it. And the 250, the Ravinia money, they don't have it. We're not getting it. We can't give it. It's just, there's no better way to say it. They're a not-for-profit as well. So, but I do feel pretty strongly that we need to have this money distributed because we use all of these not-for-profits, these social service and other organizations that support the city that we wouldn't otherwise be able to depend on.
Thank you. Kim, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I'm glad that we were able to retain the 50,000 to still give those organizations that are going to be really struggling and really needing the help. I'm sorry, we can't give them the 250 because it's not ours to give. But if there's any opportunities for grant funds that we may have access to at some point to pass through to those organizations, hopefully we can partner with them to do that.
Thank you. Any other comments on that piece? Okay. All right. Well, you're welcome, Terry. Sorry that you had to stay on the phone so long. Okay, well, thank you, Julie. Thank you, senior team. Really appreciate all the heavy lifting you've been doing. I think that's it, right? No closed session. So is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
second?
Second.
We need to have a voice vote of the motion to adjourn. Take it away, clerk.
Steve is talking, but he's on mute.
No, I'm correct. I'm saying your mayor's. Roll call.
Councilman Stolberg,
Now let's stay a little longer. Yeah, motion.
Councilwoman Stone,
Aye.
Councilman Kaufman,
He said aye, but you couldn't hear him.
Mute.
Councilman Bloomberg,
Aye.
Councilman Noble,
Aye.
Councilman Hallman,
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye. Dan, did you have something you wanted to say or? Well, you
You're
can't
still on
seem to
mute.
unmute yourself.
We're
so-
adjourned.
All right. Have a
adjourned.
nice day. Everybody be
Okay.
well. Wash your hands, wear a mask. Thank you so much.